request Dushyant and Satinder to kindly go and ask everybody to please come in. आप बाकी जो हमारे बाहर हमारे डेलीगेट्स हैं उनको आप प्लीज अंदर बुला लें क्योंकि हम प्रोग्राम कुछ मिनटों में शुरू करने जा रहे हैं.
तो कितने लोग हैं अभी? कंटिन्यू चलेगी.
हेलो हेलो एक मिनट Everybody in the hall, please settle down, and I would also request anybody who is outside the hall to please come in. The chief guest, the chair, the co-chair, and the IFAD team are already here. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the IFAD team. Respected Chair for the IFAD-JKCIP Implementation Support Mission, Mission Director IFAD-JKCIP, Dr. Sagar Sir, Co-Chair, Country Coordinator for IFAD, Meera Mishra Ma'am, members of IFAD team, Director Research SKAUST-Jammu, Dr. S.K. Gupta Sir, attorneys of various departments, other distinguished guests, dignitaries and delegates. On behalf of Mission Director HADP, and JKCIP, it's my privilege to welcome you all in the inaugural session of the IFAD Implementation Support Mission here at SKAUST-Jammu. Today is not just the beginning of a mission, it is the moment of alignment, the alignment of vision, of institutions and of intent to accelerate the transformation of agriculture and allied sectors of Jammu and Kashmir. We are honored to host this mission led by IFAD, whose continued partnership strengthens not just our systems, but our confidence in what is possible. Let's give each other and the inaugural session a huge round of applause to begin with. Let's not forget, and I wholeheartedly welcome the district officers, their teams, members, and of course, the farming community who are joining us from across the lengths and breadths of Jammu and Kashmir through online mode and live streaming. This mission is an opportunity for us. It's an opportunity to reflect with honesty, to learn with openness, and also to refine our path with clarity. I request the Chair, Dr. Sagar sir, to welcome the IFAD team with bouquets. First, I would request him to present a bouquet to Ms. Meera Mishra ma'am. She is the IFAD Country Coordinator, Project Management, Convergence and Knowledge Management. And we can all be a part of this. So please also present a bouquet to Mr. Shrikant Shetty sir, who is the team leader, institutions, rules and committee evaluation. So please also present a bouquet to Mr. Vinay Dooley, who handles the agribusiness and value chains. And let's all be a part of it by giving a huge round of applause. And Mr. Dooley has supported up here this time around. I would also request you, sir, to present a bouquet to Ms. Monica Khanna. She handles the private partnerships and startups and targeting. Huge round of applause to Monica Khanna. The hosting institution, SKAUST-Jammu, has brought us some beautiful mementos, and the beauty of these mementos lies in the fact that they have been prepared indigenously by the students of Agriculture Department, I was told. So I request SK Gupta sir to present a memento to the chair, Dr. Sagar sir. And let's all be a part of it. These mementos, by the way, are photographed. They have been prepared by the Agriculture Department. I request Gupta sir to present another memento to the co-chair, Ms. Meera Mishra ma'am. And a huge round of applause, everybody. So please also present the memento to Mr. Shrikant Shetty sir, who is the team leader institutions, rural finance and mounting evaluation. So please present another memento to Mr. Vinay Dooley, who manages the agribusiness and value chains for IFAD. So please present a memento to Ms. Monica Khanna ma'am, who manages the private sector partnership, startups and targeting. Everybody, let's give a round of applause. Thank you so much, sir. Now, I request Dr. SK Gupta sir to kindly present the welcome address He's the Director of Research for Jammu, and so you can do it there.
Thank you. At the outset, good morning to all the distinguished dignitaries, esteemed guests, colleagues, and participants. It's my pleasure to welcome you all on behalf of the University of Digital Science and Technology of Germany and on behalf of the Honorable Vice Chancellor. I welcome you all, especially to the implementation support mission, which is led by the country director and country coordinator as well as all the officers, those who are present over here, to have the delegations over here. I would like to take your opportunity to formally welcome Mr. James Mark for joining with us on here. Meera Mishra, IFAD Country Direct Coordinator, Mr. Shrikant Shetty, Team Leader, Mr. Vinay Tuli, Madam Mike, Ms. Monica Khanna, and probably Isha is here. She has also joined probably all. So I welcome you all in this campus for these important deliberations. I'm also thankful to and welcome to Sri Sagar Dattatreya, IAS Mission Director at SKAUST-Jammu, who was recently taken over. Under whose leadership and guidance continues to steer this ambitious program towards the impactful outcomes. I'm also thankful welcoming all the special officers, nodal officers, JKCIP from SKAUST-Jammu and SKAUST-Kashmir, and the faculty members of SKAUST-Jammu, whose continued support provides a strong institutional backbone to the initiative under JKCIP. My sincere greetings to the directors of the law line department, including agriculture, horticulture, supervisory, and husbandry, from both the divisions of Jammu and Kashmir, as well as representatives from other departments, especially the fisheries, whose active participation and involvement at all levels in the implementation of the different activities of the JKCIP. I am also welcoming the technical team of the Mission Directorate, all the technical officers, those who are contributing day and night for the impactful deliberation and the implementation of the different activities of this project. Your presence reflects our shared commitment towards strengthening of the implementation of the JKCIP program in Jammu and Kashmir. And without taking much time, I'll be thanking one and all the media persons, those who are here to participate in this important deliberations. And the details, you see the activities and what are the outcomes of 25 activities and what are the programs which we are going to implement in 26-27. That will be the different components and the different leaders of the different departments. So from the core of my heart and on behalf of the university, I again welcome you all to this very important meeting of the meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. You know, every large mission has a visible structure that we all get to see. But then there is an invisible force that keeps it aligned. For JKCIP, Ms. Meera Mishra has been that force, bringing not just expertise, but clarity, continuity, and conviction. And I have been personally witness to that. And today, I request her for the opening remarks, and let's all give her a huge round of applause.
Good morning, everyone, and a special good morning to the newly appointed Managing Director, Dr. Sagar. We had the opportunity this morning to meet with him and also discuss some issues. It's always a very good feeling to come back to Jammu and Kashmir. Right from the time when we started the initial planning of this project till now, I have seen that you always manage to bring a whole lot of the team members together and connect across the two divisions. And now today also very happy to see that all districts are also connected. JKCIP is a very, very special project, not just for Jammu and Kashmir but also for IFAD. And we were very proud to see that The project was actually launched by the Honorable Prime Minister himself, and which gave it a very high visibility. And IFAD is also very keenly looking at the implementation of the project. You have a team of very dedicated and very competent professionals at all levels, right up to the district level. We have just come from meeting some startups and NPOs, and I find very strong professionalism in amongst the startups and the FPOs also that were present today. So we are dealing with a project that's innovative and a team that's very competent. We are expecting more than 100% success on the project in achieving what was set out to be achieved in the design of the project and more. We also very much hope that JKCIP will get all the right kind of visibility and acknowledgement for the work that has been planned to be done under the project. There's a lot of very innovative elements in the project, and we very much hope from the side of IFAD, my whole team here, but also at the country office in Delhi, that the project really is a landmark project and sets out as an example for others to work in Jammu and Kashmir and to work in the Himalayan region. The purpose of the implementation support mission is largely to work together with the project team and all the stakeholders to see that wherever the project is facing any difficulties or where there is lack of clarity in terms of how to go about the implementation or where there are roadblocks, how to discuss with you and to resolve those issues so that there is a smooth implementation of the project. So we are here, my whole team, myself, we are here at your disposal to help you to make the project function better and more efficiently. I look forward to a very productive mission, and I am very happy that the newly appointed managing director is here and will be sort of starting his journey in JKCIP together with the mission. So thank you again.
Thank you so much, Mishra ma'am. While leadership may be a new position, it's not new in experience. With groundbreaking understanding and sharp administrative lens, Dr. Sagar sir is exactly what this phase of JKCIP demands. It demands clarity, it demands discipline, and it demands decisive momentum. The vision and momentum of JKCIP are driven at the highest level with clarity and commitment. I now invite Dr. Sagar sir, who is the Mission Director for HADP and JKCIP, to address the gathering. And let's all give him a huge round of applause, everybody.
Good morning. As a first, I would like to begin by warmly welcoming Ms. Meena Mishra, Country Coordinator, IFAD, and the entire IFAD team to UD of Jammu and Kashmir. At the same time, I take this opportunity to welcome my team who is involved in implementation of the JKCIP program, the directors of various sectors in IUT which are involved in implementation of JKCIP. At the same time, let me also welcome various districts who have joined us today and the district team in this particular program. JKCIP marks a significant milestone for all of us. As the first multilateral development bank supported project in the agricultural sector of the Union Territory. We are grateful for the leadership within the government that made this partnership possible, and for IFAD's strong commitment in bringing this initiative to the country. With the loan support of USD 100 billion as part of the overall project outlay of USD 230 million. Thank you. We deeply value IFAD's partnership not just as a financing institution, but as a knowledge and development partner. Your experience with smallholder agriculture value chain approaches in India and across the world has been instrumental in shaping JKCIP. IFAD also brings valuable global technical expertise and strong network for the partners, which strengthens our ability to design scalable, community-based models. The project aligns well with IFAD's Country Strategic Opportunities Program, focused on disadvantaged sections, regions, and complements the government's overall efforts under HADP to transform agriculture from subsistence to a market-oriented sustainable sector. You all have been working ardently under the HADP program. We are very certain that JKCIP will complement the efforts of HADP in various other sectors which deserve due attention. Now, your visit at this stage is particularly important as the project has now moved beyond its initial groundwork and is well positioned to enter a more accelerated and impactful phase of implementation. The competitiveness improvement of agriculture and allied sectors project is a flagship initiative of the government of Jammu and Kashmir aimed at transforming agriculture from a subsistence-based system into a competitive system. I think the glance of what industry has been around demonstrates. It aims at transforming agriculture from a subsistence-based to competitive, market-driven and climate resilient sector, which is again very important. The project targets 3 lakh rural households with a strong focus on value chains, enterprise development and inclusion of women, youth and more importantly vulnerable communities. The project is structured around 4 core components: climate smart production, agricultural business ecosystem development, support to vulnerable communities and project management. Collectively designed to enhance productivity, promote enterprise, and strengthen market linkages, thereby building a sustainable and commercially viable agricultural economy. So, whatever sectors we think are required to be touched to further the efforts of HADP and other programs that are expected innovatively to be taken up under JKCIP. JKCIP has been designed with a wide and inclusive coverage, cutting across geographies, sectors and value chains to ensure last mile impact. At the same time, it carries a strong global relevance as it addresses key challenges faced by small agricultural worldwide: market access, climate vulnerability, and enterprise development, making it a model that can be adopted in similar regions. The project reflects the vision of a new India and a new Jammu and Kashmir, where agriculture is technology driven, market linked, and enterprise oriented, and is forward looking in its emphasis on digital governance, climate resilience, and outcome based development. A key strategic focus is on the niche and high value crops, enabling small and marginal farmers to enhance outcomes while adapting to increasing climate variability. In doing so, the project contributes to global priorities under the Sustainable Development Goal 1, which is of elimination of poverty, Sustainable Development Goal 2 of United Nations, which is of zero poverty, Sustainable Development Goal of number 5, which entails to gender equality, because we are seeing that many of the enterprises which are taken are run by women-centered groups. Sustainable Development Goal 13, which entails about climate action, while aligning with national and multi-level priorities of improving productivity, enhancing value realization, and strengthening market connectivity. And madam, I am sure that the team we are having over here is committed to all these goals set by the United Nations World. While the project was formally launched by the Honorable Prime Minister of India in April 2024, the initial phase involved necessary institutionalization, procedural and operational alignments typical of a project of this scale. As we discussed, as a result, although 24-25 was technically the first year, the effective implementation cycle started in 25-26 once systems, fund flows and heat processes were streamlined. We are now completed with the foundation phase. And I am sure that the coming year is going to be more bigger in terms of the actual grounding. This grounding phase was critical and carefully sequenced. Establishing institutional frameworks, rolling out digital systems, building awareness, onboarding the project management unit, operationalizing the financial systems, and aligning implementation agencies down to district and also up to the block levels of the network. I am pleased to share that this phase is now behind us. The awareness of the program has reached up to the block level, which is very critical for the success of the project. And now we are in the position of fully implementation. The PMU is now fully staffed, and the key personnel across implementing agencies have been onboarded. This provides the institutional strength required. Can I request everybody to close their mics, please? All the districts. Please close down your mics. One of the most significant achievements during this period has been the establishment of a robust digital backbone for the project. The JKCIP online portal has enabled a single window, transparent system covering the entire life cycle, from applications and approvals to tracking, geotagging, dashboard and evidence-based planning. This digital transformation has significantly improved efficiency, transparency and accountability, and also received international recognition, including appreciation during the IFAD. In addition, complementary digital tools such as the DPR generator, skilling platforms, credit advisory systems and output tracking mechanisms are being integrated into the ecosystem. These interventions are reducing transaction costs, improving access and making governance more citizen-centric and responsive. On the financial management front, significant institutional strengthening has been undertaken. TABI has been fully operationalized across implementing agencies and accounting systems have been stabilized. During 25-26, focused efforts were made to streamline financial outflows, operationalize single nodal agency framework, and establish a robust accounting architecture aligned with compliance requirements. We have also successfully submitted multiple withdrawal applications reflecting improved financial discipline and readiness, which is our commitment towards the financial responsibility and accountability on part of the duty. While the overall scale of expenditure in the first effective year may appear modest, the broader trajectory tells a more encouraging story. The project has achieved a credible takeoff in terms of systems, staffing, digital rollout, and field activation. The revision of the annual work plan for 25-26 from about 152 crores to 95 crores was a conscious and a prudent calibration based on absorptive capacity and field readiness, so that the resources are very calibratedly utilized, considering the fact that we have a current program to hand. This allowed the project to focus on building a strong institutional foundation rather than pursuing expenditure-driven targets during the second year. Importantly, this foundation year has already translated into tangible field-level outcomes. We have registered 19 new farmer organizations and expanded high-value crops such as saffron, basmati, bush purji, vegetables, and Madarwa Rajma across more than 7,000 acres. Over 150 water management systems have been rolled out and livelihood diversification has begun. It is very important considering the present scenario of climate change and climate resilience. They have also come up with 300 sheep and goat units, along with early progress in mushroom and honey enterprises, which is having a very high response and uptake from the farmers. In the horticultural sector, apple and walnut nurseries have also been initiated. Additionally, 22 startups and 65 good clubs have been supported, indicating early momentum and enterprise development and youth engagement. And behold, we would like to tell that this is just the initial take-up here. We are very uncertain that this will be manifold and multifold to come. Encouragingly, implementation momentum has already been building. The digital portal has generated very strong beneficiary demand, with nearly 50,000 farmers registered and about 55,000 applications received, out of which approximately 30,000 are also being approved. This is already translated into over 5,700 units being established on the ground. This clearly shows the trend and indicates that the project has crossed its most challenging initial phase and is now on proper footing. Looking ahead, I see 26-27 along with my team sitting over here as a year in which JKCIP must accelerate. The annual work plan 26-27 with an outlay of 193 crore reflects a clear transition from the institutional setup to full-scale implementation. With the PMU fully operational systems in place and field level momentum established, the project is now well positioned to scale intervention across value chains, infrastructure, enterprise development, and support to vulnerable communities. In my view, the first year was about building the future. The coming year is all about speed, discipline, and delivery. We now need to convert systems into outcomes, approvals into assets, and outreach into measurable impact. With continued support from IFAD and with a fully functional implementation framework now in place, along with my vibrant team sitting over here, I am confident that JKCIP will move forward with the efforts and blessings of the Honorable LG WCS and the Government of Jammu and Kashmir. We will move forward with much greater momentum and deliver meaningful, visible transformation on the ground in years ahead. Thank you so much.
Transformation underway. How Javed, somebody from a Bakarwal community, received a sheep unit through JKCIP using the portal. How Hajra is feeling empowered after getting support for her apple orchard. Our robust digital ecosystem is powering growth across Jammu and Kashmir. Technically, family.
Himalayas, in Jammu and Kashmir, India, agriculture and allied sectors and 13 lakh farm operating families are seeing a new hope. In June 2024, Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi, flagged off Jammu and Kashmir Competitiveness Improvement Program in Agriculture and Allied Sectors Project or JKCIP, a 7-year transformation pathway to strengthen farming, entrepreneurship and resilience.
I applied for my activity on the JKCIP portal and also generated DPR online. JKCIP and its digital ecosystem have been of great help to me.
With an investment of $217 million, including $100 million support from International Fund for Agricultural Development, JKCIP set out to empower farmers, women, youth, and tribal communities.
After attending rural credit workshop, I got to know about JKCIP. There are special provisions for vulnerable communities like ours. I applied for a sheep unit online on JKCIP portal and received a 50% subsidy. Dutch Kisan helped me learn about sheep farming from the best experts. JKCIP is empowering us by meaningful employment.
Because transformation is not just built in systems, it's built in people. And the transformation is already happening. JKCIP, in its first year, has trained 22,500 farmers and it's supporting women, youth and pastoralist families and planting the seeds of a digital, inclusive future. At the heart of this transformation is JKCIP portal, a single window for opportunities, schemes, subsidies, and support. For the first time, every citizen can now access schemes not through paperwork or files, but through fingertips.
As for JKCIP, we applied for a high density and launched it under JKCIP. And so the JKCIP portal helped us apply and get the application processed online with least effort.
Through rural credit workshops across the Union Territory, potential beneficiaries are learning how to access credit, fill applications, and navigate the digital world. JKCIP portal is designed for clarity, transparent approvals, auto-generated alerts, and real-time tracking across departments. Dutch Kisan learning management system is bridging the gap of skilling. It hosts 170 expert-curated courses, helping beneficiaries with skilling in agricultural and allied sectors, including branding, marketing, and scaling. With integration of Kisan Tilakers, Krishi Udyamis like Ali are helping potential beneficiaries apply, open learning management systems, and also track applications.
Yes, Krishi Udyamis and Kisan Tilakers are bridging the gap between the farmers and the government schemes. Those who get left out with lack of digital access come to us and we help them in availing any government benefits.
My Credit Scheme Advisor app is helping the beneficiaries understand what credit facilities suit them. They use DPR generators for generating custom DPRs and methods, making the whole process frictionless. From the hands of pastoralists to the hands of entrepreneurs, JKCIP is lighting pathways once hidden by distance. A digital revolution is taking root, not in the skyscrapers of cities, but in the orchards of Gurugram, in the meadows of Gandharbal, in the mountains of Majori, and in the plains of Araspora. JKCIP is empowering farmers and enriching lives. Supported by Government of Jammu and Kashmir and strengthened by International Fund for Agricultural Development.
Thank you so much. Let's give a round of applause. Now I request our chair, our co-chair and the IFAD team to kindly launch the third issue of our quarterly newsletter, JKCIP Pulse. So this quarter's theme is Yuva Vani 2.0, and since you've all been a part of this, let's all rise to be a part of this beautiful. We can all rise, yeah, that's all right. And this quarter's theme is Yuva Vani. So because we are now in the first phase of implementing Youth Club campaign. What Yuva Vani is, how did we train the youth and how did that transform? How is that transforming things at the grassroots level? Let's all clap and be a part of this launch. This is our publication. Thank you so much, everyone. Thanks a lot. And because we're going to be here for the next 5 days, there are a few rules that we will all have to follow. Time is of paramount importance, we understand it. Now I request everybody to value it, to respect it. At the same time, when we offer you a break of 15 minutes, please consider 15 minutes, 13 minutes, and be here, participate, actively engage with whatever technical sessions we have, whatever presentations we have, ask questions. If you feel like, be a part and parcel of this beautiful opportunity that has been bestowed upon us. Because we all, as a team, can take Jammu and Kashmir to the new heights through JKCIP. Now, let's break up for a cup of chai or coffee. 10 minutes, and we'll be back with a presentation by Dr. Rizwan Qureshi on JKCIP overview.
So, since my formal address is over, I request all the directors who are present over here. I am sure that they are having questions. They also prepare directors. So let us take this opportunity for all of us to discuss with the IFAD's team what is going on. Let us understand this is also a knowledge sharing enterprise. So I would request all of you, your joint directors, unions to take this opportunity for the next 2 or 3 days to interact with the IFAD's team. Okay? Thank you.
So let's break for the team.
I think if there are the opinion that debate is not required, let us have it informally because the president has started. Let's go ahead with the next.
Sure, sir. Sure, sir.
So whoever requires speak and just move on from that.
Would be great, sir. Thank you so much. So now I request then Dr. Salim Rizwan Qureshi, who has been a part and parcel of JKCIP since we did not even know how to actually word it properly. So because the definition is a mouthful. So let's all welcome Dr. Rizwan, and a little round of applause by the way. So, and he's going to present and let us know what JKCIP is, its overview, and what have we been doing so far. So, Salim Rizwan Qureshi.
Thank you so much for that. Thanks a lot. IFAD team, respected HODs, and my dear colleagues. So, my presentation for today is divided into 2 parts. The first part would talk about the actual what JKCIP is, how was the journey of JKCIP like. And the second part, I'll talk about the progress of JKCIP, what we did in the year 2025-26, and what are we planning for 2026 and 27. So, I would start with the recap of JKCIP journey. Just for the information of the house, there are many people which are new to JKCIP. Recently, we have onboarded the PMU. So, this is an opportunity for the PMU to understand JKCIP, to go through the contents of JKCIP, and if at all you feel like asking questions, please feel free to do that. So, when we talk about the journey of JKCIP, I could recall Meera Mishra Madam coming to Jammu and Kashmir in the year 2020-21 during Naveen Chaudhary's first time. That was the first time I saw Madam in JNK, and from then the discussion started. So, the discussion was pretty long. It was pretty long. It went for a couple of years, and finally, in the year 2023, the PPR was submitted to the Department of Economic Affairs with a copy to NITI Aayog, Ministry of Home Affairs, and Ministry of Agriculture for clearances. So once these clearances came and the PPR was approved, then financial concurrence from the Finance Department of Jammu and Kashmir was sought. And after the financial concurrence, a screening committee of DA sits, and that led the project JKCIP, and it was eventually posed to IFAD in September 2023. After the project was posed to IFAD, a detailed design mission came to Jammu and Kashmir, and the design mission spent some 10-15 days visiting every corner of Jammu and Kashmir, evaluating the crops we grow, evaluating the potential, and how can we intervene to bring a change in the agricultural landscape of Jammu and Kashmir. So once the design mission finished its mission, an act memo was submitted to the government of Jammu and Kashmir, and eventually a project design report was also submitted to the government of Jammu and Kashmir. This project design report was presented to the Administrative Council at that time, and the PDR was cleared by the Administrative Council in January 2024. After the PDR was cleared by the Administrative Council, the PDR Executive Board, which sits in room 18, cleared the PDR in April 2024. And after the PDR was cleared, then there was long discussion on the negotiations of the financing agreement and the project agreement which we have signed. So after negotiations took place, finally the agreements were signed. The project agreement was signed between the Agriculture Production Department, Administrative Secretary, and the IFAD, while the financing agreement was signed by the DA, Department of Economic Affairs, and IFAD on 18 June 2024. And once all documentation was finalized, the Honorable Prime Minister of India account for Operation Ease. So this was about the geographical areas of intervention. And when we talk about the target groups, this again is a little different from the normal schemes we have. Though there are priority sectors in those also, but this is highly women and youth specific. This is a gender specific program wherein the total target is 3 lakh household, which comprises around about 15 lakh individuals, considering that there are 5 individuals in a family, and these 3 lakh households have been targeted into 3 main categories: women. 47% emphasis is on women. 141,000 women is the target, 90,000 youth, which constitutes 30% of the targets, and 10%, that is 30,000 of these targets would be vulnerable communities. So this slide would talk about the project verticals and the breakup costs. This, in my opinion, is a very important slide because, as we all know, there are 4 major verticals under JKCIP. The first one being climate smart and marketed production. This is the biggest vertical in JKCIP, comprising of about 52% of the total project cost. This vertical further comprises 3 subcomponents or 3 sub-buckets. The first one is upscaling collectivization. This is a major component which was left out somewhere under HADP, because one more thing is more odd is that JKCIP, the constitution of JKCIP started prior to HADP, but it took a very long time to get approvals and all. So the approval came after the HADP was approved. So the window of JKCIP was a little longer than HADP, and once the project was finalized, some gaps were found under HADP, and JKCIP was conceived in such a way that those gaps could be complemented. Say, for example, collectivization, there is a specific project for collectivization under HADP also, but there were no funds under that project. So, it was emphasized that some specific funds would be allocated to JKCIP. So, upscaling collectivization has taken care of that. Then there is a sub-component called as green niche crop promotion, wherein emphasis on area expansion of niche crops, water management systems, establishment of water management systems, protected cultivations is there. Then there is a horticulture crop support promotion. In this vertical, there are trainings, there is nursery development, there is area expansion, and then there are allied similar activities to agree like water management systems. So the second vertical talks about the agri-business ecosystem development. So whatever production we achieve in vertical 1 would be utilized in the vertical 2. So there are three sub-verticals. First is the enterprise promotion support, market promotion support, and incubation and startup support. So the enterprise support, promotion support talks about the enterprise development, like for example CA stores, integrated pack houses, mushroom units, grading lines with washers. These are the components under enterprise promotion support. And then market promotion support talks about activities wherein the markets could be expanded. So say for example, we're doing multi-stakeholder platforms, we're doing buyer-seller meets, we're doing quality control labs so that the compliances of export would be eased. And then there's incubation and startup support, which again was something that is complementing HADP. This is specific, focusing on incubation and startup support. And then the third vertical is support to vulnerable communities. As I already said, vulnerable communities is the core of the project. And then there are activities that support pastoralists and support other vulnerable communities also. The share of this vertical to the total AD is 10%. And then the last but not the least is the project management, where we have the project manager, quality evaluation systems, and knowledge management. So this was the breakup of JKCIP as per the activities of the JKCIP. Then there's another breakup as per the categories of JKCIP, because the FMFCL, the financial management and financial control agreement which we have with the JKCIP, we're supposed to file a withdrawal application, and in those withdrawal applications we have to mention expenditures both as per categories and as per components. So when we talk about the category-wise breakup, the biggest kitty goes to the goods, services and inputs, which constitutes 56%, followed by grants and subsidies, which constitutes 34%, and then operating cost, equipment materials, trainings and consultancies, which are minor components of the project. So there's also a provision for physical and price contingencies under the project, because this is a 7-year project. So the costs in the first year of the project would not be same in the 7th year of the project. So there are inbuilt provisions for contingencies in the project. There are physical contingencies and there are price contingencies. The value of the physical contingencies is 15 million USD and the price contingency is 41 million USD. The physical contingencies mainly comprise of change in quantities or change in the method of implementation. Just to cite an example, under the promotion support, we had a target of 9 mushroom units, but we enhanced the number of units from 9 to 50 last year. So this physical contingency would take care of that. Similarly, price contingencies are the change in the unit price or the inflation. Another example that we could cite is that there was a component of solar fencing. The cost of solar fencing was 2 lakh rupees per hectare, but we enhanced because the cost had increased multiple reasons. We enhanced to 7. So those contingencies will be meant from the price contingencies. So some of the key targets under JKCIP as per the verticals we have. I'm just summarizing those key targets. Like in the first vertical, climate smart and marketed production, we have to establish 45 new FPOs, we have to strengthen 56 FPOs, we have to undertake area expansion of 2,800 hectares for niche crop support, we have to establish 320 nurseries under horticulture crop support, we have to undertake area expansion of 1,500 hectares of horticulture crops, We also have to undertake establishment of 1350 water management systems and 1650 protected cultivation across 7 years. Similarly, in enterprise promotion support business development ecosystem, so we have to establish 87 enterprises, 12 state-level multi-stakeholder platforms, 28 YSLMEs, the product development, brand development, and brand promotion. These are the major components of this vertical. And then we also have to support 350 startups during the project. So last vertical, in the last vertical, the main key targets are 800 sheep goat units, 12 milk collection units, 10,000 ice boxes, 450 enterprises for income diversification of the vulnerable communities. Then support to 2,700 youth clubs and multiple studies. Like for example, we have a study on wool and then propose intervention to support the wool sector. Similarly, we have a study on 180 improvement and then activities wherein the support could be actually given to the field. So we'll also talk about the project management. There are two project management structures. The first one is the Department of Economic Affairs is the nodal agency. Then the Agriculture Production Department is the lead production agency, lead project agency, sorry. And then there's a mission directorate. Mission directorate spearheads the implementation of the project along with the implementing agencies, which again have been divided into two categories: the major implementing agencies and the minor implementing agencies. The major implementing agencies include Directorate of Agriculture Kashmir, Jammu, Directorate of Horticulture Kashmir, Jammu, Horticulture Planning and Marketing, and the two universities, SKAUST-Kashmir and SKAUST-Jammu. Whereas the minor implementing agencies include the Directorates of Sheep Husbandry, both Jammu and Kashmir, Directorates of Animal Husbandry, Jammu and Kashmir, and Directorate of Fisheries. We also have a project coordination mechanism devised by the government of Jammu and Kashmir. There are 4 committees. The first one is Central Apex Committee, which is headed by the Honorable Lieutenant Governor. The major keyword of the committee is mentorship and vision to the program. Then the second committee is Empowered Committee, which is led by the Chief Secretary of Jammu and Kashmir. The mandate of the committee is to review and monitor the project. Third committee is the UT level executive committee, which is headed by the Administrative Secretary Agriculture Production Department. This committee has a lot of DORs, like for example, everything starting from the annual work plan is approved by the UT level executive committee, the procurement plan, the PIM, and all these things are approved by the UT level executive committee, and then they go to IFAD. And the last committee is the district level committee, which is headed by the district magistrates, and they have a mandate of approving the applications and then monitoring the implementation of the activities on ground. With this, I will move to the onboarding of JKCIP in Jammu and Kashmir. Like for example, initial was the introduction. What is JKCIP? How the JKCIP evolved? What are the components? What is the distribution component-wise, category-wise? Now I have a couple of slides about the onboarding. The first and the foremost step was the online portal, which, as already talked about, it promotes transparency, accountability, and it eases the process of application. The farmer no more has to run from office to office for getting his application approved. Everything is done online and it's approved online. It's an end-to-end system, and then it's monitored online also, even after the unit is established. The registration approval, we've talked about all these, and my colleague would have a detailed presentation after this, when he would explain each and every intervention of JKCIP after that. Apart from the portal, we also did a massive Kisan Sampark Abhiyan, or the Rural Credit Workshop, wherein 241 events were conducted across the 90 blocks in Jammu and Kashmir, and these events were attended by almost 23,000 people, and 143 of these events were participated by banks, participated in 143 events. And during these events were conducted by KDK, Krishi Vigyan Kendras of universities, wherein line departments, Panchayati Raj institutions, and farmers participated. Healthy discussion about the activities, about the facilitation was done, and printing material in English, Hindi, and Urdu was also distributed to the farmers. Apart from the portal awareness, we also had to do customized fund flow mechanism as per the financial FMFCL, financial management and financial control. We had to customize tally software with the banking account. So Jammu and Kashmir Bank was requested and they customized a banking software for us with J&K Bank's Anywhere Banking, and on that software 80 videos were mapped with video codes. The breakup of those videos is 49 videos of agriculture, 22 from horticulture, 2 from SKAUST, 2 from animal husbandry, 2 from sheep husbandry, and 1 for fertilizer planning, marketing, and the mission delivery. So, and apart from this, 189 tally users were created, and the tally was integrated with the banking software, and this was implemented from 30th of September 2025, and consequence to this mechanism, 4 withdrawal applications were submitted for an amount of 9 crore out of the 12 crore government and IFAD share. 9 crore has already submitted to IFAD for withdrawal and reimbursement. Another feature which we did during the last financial year was the PA2 onboarding. So as IFAD particularly is aware, the processes which we had to undertake, we had to cancel a couple of processes, but finally the onboarding is in place. There are 2 agriculture specialists in place. One is an internal arrangement system and one has been onboarded. Horticulture specialist, an internal horticulture specialist has been onboarded. Procurement specialist has been onboarded. Procurement officer has been onboarded. Manager M&E has been onboarded. Manager MIS, rural finance specialist, manager business development, manager institution, finance, 2 accounts officers, manager gender and youth, manager knowledge management, manager SECAP, and 5 project assistants have been onboarded. So a total of 21 people are there in the PMO of JKCIP. So the life cycle of project implementation, this is something very important for the PMO at least. The implementation of activities, there's a specific flow for the implementation under JKCIP. The first and foremost is the preparation of an annual work plan and budget. The annual work plan and budget is planned as per the requirements and as per the feasibility. This annual work plan and budget is approved both by the Government of Jammu and Kashmir and the IFAD, and the procurement plan for these activities is also approved. So if there are 100 activities, there are 100 procurement plans for those activities. And after the annual work plan and the procurement plan is approved, then the execution of the work starts. As per the annual work plan, the procurement plan, and the project implementation manual, PIM as we call it. So these 3 processes are in place. After that, the open portal is to be updated. There's a contract management tool which also needs to be updated on almost on a daily basis. Then the submission of withdrawal applications every quarter, and finally the annual audit by CAG at the end of the year. So this is the life cycle how we implement the activities on ground. After that, I would talk about the monitoring evaluation, like the progress of the project is to be measured. And to measure the progress of the project, 3 surveys have been integrated, incorporated under the PDR. The first one is the baseline survey. It would be the basic yardstick against which we would evaluate the progress of the project. And this would be followed by a midline survey, the progress of the project in the middle of the project, and at the end, an endline survey, which would quantify what actually have been achieved during the 7 years of the project. And the parameters for these surveys would be the household income, the net assets would be taken into account, how many family members are there, what is the income source, how much land do they have, what is the age, what is the expenditure, stuff like that. And then if there's an enterprise, what is the sale, what is the turnover, how many people are employed, human social capital empowerment, how many women participated in the household, financial linkages, so on and so forth. Pertinently, the baseline survey agency has already been onboarded. The award has been awarded, but the contract is yet to be signed, and we are expecting the baseline agency to be here day after tomorrow, so that we will have a detailed discussion with the rules they're employing and the questionnaire and survey form. So we'll have a discussion on that with them only. Thank you so much. This is the first part. The second part, I'll talk after lunch, where I'll talk about the progress of the last year and what we are planning for this year. Thank you so much. If there are any questions, I'll be happy to answer from anybody, from the BAU or from the agency.
Yeah, Dr. I have a question. Regarding the exclusion of categories, we have mentioned that border areas are not included. Is that for the activity or the person who is residing on the place?
Yes, the border areas are not included. This has happened at the start of the process. So there are 485 blocks in the world machine. Out of these 485 blocks, we selected only 90 blocks where these activities would be undertaken. Say for example, somebody has to apply for area expansion under any of the blocks. So that the land for which he is taking the support should be in those 90 blocks.
So the land should not be in that border area.
Land should not be in the borders. That should be in the blocks identified under the blocks.
Okay.
That's already defined. This blocks have been identified.
But we are giving special preference to nomadic tribes.
Yes.
And most of the nomadic tribes, I believe, have land holdings in border areas. So how will we accommodate them?
So while we were selecting the blocks, there is a special emphasis on we selected only those, trying to select those blocks where there is a vulnerable community presence. So there was a focus that will consider only those blocks where there would be some presence, at least some presence of vulnerable communities.
So can this lead to some sort of exclusion also? If a person, for example, in a border area of Pune, a nomadic tribe person having land there, but he would be excluded despite being a nomad but residing in the border area.
So I think if Meena Madam would like to comment.
No, thank you. I'm glad you are asking questions. Actually, the project doesn't intend to cover 100% of all nomadic tribes and vulnerable population. A project of this size has its own limitations. It can only cover a certain number of people. We were advised during this to make sure that we are not working in any of the border blocks. They are there in the border districts, but not in those blocks for various reasons of security. Otherwise, it would have kicked in a whole new process and the project would have become very complicated. So we stuck to, as Rizwan was saying, we stuck to those blocks where there was a significant presence. But you are right, 100% of them will not be covered, and that's also not the intent. If the project is only working in about 20 to 20% of the blocks in the Union Territory, then it can only cover a certain percentage of the population.
Ma'am, I just brought this point up because our topography is little difficult as compared to the rest of the country. And I believe that 60 to 65% of these nomadic tribes might be having land holding in the border area itself. So it is suggested if it could be relooked, if we excluded because हमने extra वो रखा कि we are including these, we are doing this thing only for those people. The majority is nomadic tribes.
So see, I think the point is very clear that the blocks have been identified.
Right.
Be very particular of the blocks. Number two, I don't find any legal technical difficulty for a person who is residing in border blocks but having an enterprise which is not in the border blocks. Is there any barrier for that? This one may comment.
Not hard and fast, but like for example, focusing on those blocks, but then we can have a
So a person who is residing in block area but is having an activity which is in a non-border block.
So, as per the design, we have to focus on the blocks. Only in case of startups, we are not considering the blocks, and in case of the FPO, that they can be multiple people from.
Yeah, नहीं हमारी तरफ से तो इसमें कोई ऐसा इशू नहीं, like I said कि 90 blocks is the identified blocks where we will be working. The second thing is we cannot cover, we cannot saturate, है ना? But जिन blocks में हम हैं वहाँ we can saturate. The third point which the MD is raising, and I think it requires some discussion, is कि अगर वो रहते बॉर्डर क्रॉस में है लेकिन उनका काम कहीं और है. I remember last time we had discussed this, but I was later told, and I think we can discuss this again, that this will bring in certain complications. I am not fully aware of the kind of complications. कि अगर कोई रहता कहीं है उसका लैंड कहीं और है और उसका काम कहीं और है, तो I think there's some kind of risk of complication which we have to understand. We are not saying no to it, but उसका solution ऐसा ना हो कि हम एक छोटा सा समस्या सुलझाने जाए बड़ी समस्या खड़ी कर दें. तो इसलिए let's discuss this. We are open to this discussion. ठीक है? Right.
Let us, implement activities across these 90 blocks. And then if we are not able to spend the allocated funds within these 90 blocks, during midterm or review, some changes can be made.
Right. And I understand what problem you are pointing out to. Let's also decide it on case-to-case basis.
Yeah.
If you are having an expression of interest in such particular cases, let us put it up for proper channel and discuss it about it.
Right.
But let's be now very particular that the focus will be those blocks very nice, right? If such a case comes to us, which is I think in set of circumstances, that will be decided now.
Sir, secondly, what about the insurance clause? In this complete life cycle, where does insurance of the product or the farm, is it inbuilt or
There is a clause where we already have SKAUST-Jammu has done some interaction with Jammu and Kashmir Bank, which was for insurance and for credit support. There were sessions which have been done in collaboration with Jammu and Kashmir Bank.
and same holds good for the credit linkage in the workflow itself?
Yes.
What I would suggest is that the insurance for the, because we are looking at the complete market cycle,
Yes.
right from sowing till selling. So it will involve many different flavors of insurance. So I think that also has to
So in the rural credit workshop, which already I think more than 90 people appear both in JNK,
Right.
every workshop, I think more than 95% bank persons are invited, and they are the main speakers in those workshops. Other than that, we also organize 30 exclusive FPO bank insurance interaction programs, in which again we have emphasized one insurance and bank. It's already not, excluding the bank official component.
So what I was suggesting was that जो हमारा एक पोर्टल बना है JKCIP का, इसमें इनबिल्ट वर्कफ्लो में अगर ऐड हो जाए कि जब फार्मर अपना वो प्रोसेस कर रहा है तो उसको हर स्टेप पे पता लग जाए कि मैं इंश्योर कैसे कर सकता हूँ, मैं रेंट लिंकेज कैसे कर सकता हूँ.
Linkage is already there.
And the insurance part also. अगर हो सके.
We'll have it.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Let me come in for a short statement. Let us understand that it is not about the border, non-border issue. These blocks have been identified. They have been identified due to some particular constraints, some ecological issues, whatever priorities they have been identified accordingly. Our focus will be on these particular blocks. If you understand, there is the aspirational district program, उसमें blocks identified है, districts identified है. तो ये इसको देना है, इसको नहीं देना, that is not the issue. Let this message not go on ground. Identified blocks है, उसमें काम करना है, that is the focus.
Any other questions? There were questions for bank only. Any AMU, government agencies? Alright, thank you so much. Thank you.
I think we have HADP already there. तो HADP में तो already हमारे पास बहुत स्कोप है. ऐसी कोई एक्टिविटी अगर आपको लगती है कि इस ब्लॉक में पर्टिकुलरली ऐसी कोई चीज है, then it is our counter discussion which will take about.
So, thank you so much, Dr. Zedman.
Again, let us understand again, it's very important to understand that JKCIP is not a saturation program, which Madam said. It's over and above to those limitations of HADP which may be or not able to do there. So it is not about again overlapping those things of HADP. It is about innovativeness. It is about creativity. It is about those forward and backward linkages that you would want to do to support HADP. Maybe HADP has done the medal program. You need to do forward linkage and backward linkages. आपने मशरूम यूनिट्स बना दिए, आपने सेरिकल्चर की यूनिट्स बना दिए. फॉरवर्ड लिंकेज, बैकवर्ड लिंकेज करने की आवश्यकता है, इनोवेशन की आवश्यकता है, मार्केट लिंकेज की आवश्यकता है, हैंड होल्डिंग की आवश्यकता है. उसको हमें टॉपअप जो है वो JKCIP से लेना है. इसको थोड़ा सा समझने की और उस मैसेज को देने की आवश्यकता है.
Sir, I have a question, sir. With this, actually, we are receiving the fund from IFAD. It is regarding financial management. We are receiving the fund, which are loan from IFAD. What about it is application and it is raising the assets against this fund? Doesn't it create any liability on the ground in the community? Actually, last before 2 years, it was one day project was showing it as an expenditure, not a liability or asset in the financial statements. So, but in the tally or in our plan that we are using tally, it is showing the liability as well as asset also. What about it?
So let me clarify again, are you talking about the technical aspect or
About financial about sourcing and acquisition of funds and its utilization.
No, you did not worry about the creation of liability. That is not the issue. Is there any technical thing that you are trying to say?
Actually, 2 years I have learned that in World Bank project, they were asking to not to create a liability or asset in the financial statements. Instead creating liability and asset. We can show the expenditures. So we can show expenditures. Hello.
Yeah, I'm not able to understand whose name the liability is created.
Sir, actually, when you are showing the financial statements, these financial statements will show that we have received the funds from IFAD as a loan.
Yes.
Okay, that should be repaid in one quarter. But we are creating some assets on that.
The loan is to Government of India.
Yes.
Yeah, and the Government of India, it comes to the Government of
Jammu and Kashmir.
Jammu and Kashmir. Yeah, it is not, from here it is not liability of IFAD.
Yeah, like, as loan is also a liability.
I think you need to go back and understand the process properly, because the way that GFR operates, the way financial groups of the Government of India operate, they are not going to be in similar way operated in case of this section. If at all you are having some questions related to GFR and funding of the government, those type of operations and the operations as to how IFAD funds are going to operate is going to be different.
Sir, I have seen the financial agreement, where it is mentioned that we have to repay the loan back, for example. Is there more?
Let me, I think if I understand your question correctly, first thing, as Mr. Shetty was saying, this is a loan from IFAD to the Government of India, back to the Government of J&K. So it's the government that repays the loan. The community doesn't repay any loan. There's no liability on the community for this. It's the government that does it. So you don't have to worry about what happens if, for the community, the funding that's coming for HADP or the funding that's coming for JKCIP is the same. Okay? So no extra burden on the community. This is a responsibility of the government. So why should government take such a loan? Because it gives the government a chance to have a more flexible design, experiment with new ideas. Because government schemes are for everyone, but here, like we could design something for FPOs, for bakarwals, for butchers. So all kinds of things are possible to do when you take a loan of this nature. That's why the government takes the loan. But this doesn't, down the line, below the government of J&K, there is no liability on the community. How you plan and spend the money is through the AWPV as is planned, and so every activity has to feed into the AWPV so that your financial plan for the year is ready. That will be setting so much on component 1, activity 1.1, is a component 1.1, like that. So I really don't see an element of liability that you are very concerned about.
I will give you one example. If you on your own name take loan for the education of your kid, he does the education, loan is in your name. Is your kid liable for that particular loan? If you are not, he is not, you are liable for the loan. That is the issue. So, no liability is passed below. Very clear about it. Not understand what, let me complete what. So, your relation with the loan is with you and the bank. So it's with the government, this business has to do with the government. So you will not create a confusion about it, it's like a funded program. It's restricted.
Okay, thank you.
Right, from the government.
No, it is not from the government.
So I think that there is a difference between this single entry and double entry. Because you are having the double entry in tally, these assets and liabilities are appearing. Whereas in regular government, assets and liabilities are not appearing. So that could be the confusion.
So we can also create the expenditure only, industry taking liability and
This is
expenditure.
receipts and expenditure.
That is, I think that is better, industry taking liability.
It is for bookkeeping only. So don't worry about that.
That's a technical aspect.
So with the permission of the chair, so should we break for lunch? 1 p.m. Okay, there are
At least one is from departments which are different people.
Down the line is that needs a little bit clarification. Maybe last time we had discussed like I had clearly mentioned that you have to be measured how that is. So what's the
Second is related to South Kashmir and North Kashmir. So at that time, one came to the court that South Kashmir is saturated and we cannot go in for CSOs in South Kashmir and we only go for CSOs in North Kashmir. So there is no update of CSOs in North Kashmir. So what's the situation now?
But still, we have to separate your but see,
Are there any other questions?
I have a question.
Can you please introduce yourself to the organization you are
Myself, Dr. Mohammed Iqbal, I am from SKAUST-Jammu. I am looking after the upscaling electrical at the university. My question is, just you have a one block, like Srinagar, but there is how can we compensate with that campus?
Fully get your question. You are saying that in the one block that you are working, there are no vulnerable communities.
Yes, madam.
That's okay. That's okay. This project is not only for vulnerable communities. If you are looking at startups, then I mean, yes, ideal would be if you can promote among vulnerable community. नहीं है तो कोई बात नहीं, है ना? Because आपको startup के जो guidelines है उनको follow करना है ना? There's always a desirable situation, and then there is a situation where there is no negotiation. So ये नहीं है कि every beneficiary has to be from a vulnerable community, or that because there will be blocks where they won't be vulnerable population.
there are other components of the because understand that let us understand the big canvas that program is covering. With a lot of flexibility, which I think is very clear in our lectures. I will recommend that we all should have a plan and work because no program is completely lecture. Then you come to when the canvas is bigger, it is not only pertaining to the vulnerable startups, planetary areas, and many others. I think eventually we come to know what is the problem. Dr. Samesh? Let's educate ourselves more so that we know with what big canvas everybody is coming to us.
There is one more issue coming to us for invitation to existing appeal. They say it will also require management fund, equity grants like that. Yes, ma'am. We have two categories: new FPOs and existing FPOs. There is some cases in existing FPOs, they, in addition to business vertical, they also demand us why we are not eligible for management costs and equity costs.
What is your understanding why they are not eligible for management costs?
Because we were told that existing FPOs are not
But why do you think that existing FPOs have not been given management costs?
So far, my understanding is that because they have started some already.
Also because they probably got management costs under some other scheme. So, also in government's own book of accounts, spending on management cost for 2 to 3 years with one FPO and then again under another scheme, giving management cost to the same FPO would be, would not be appropriate.
Actually, there is a situation. One, I am satisfied, but with the government of India, campus chief. They
Yes.
have given them management process
Yes.
and stability. But there are some actors also that has not been formed under the government scheme. Like NABARD has provided them some initial amount, but
No,
not.
NABARD also provides a good amount.
No,
for-
ma'am. State one lakh total होता है including some. And there are also some affiliates, they have not received any type of fund. But they are also, they are doing, on ground they are doing well, but they have not received any assistance from regarding their management costs, regarding the equity from the government board.
How do we make sure that they have not received anything? How do we make sure
Yes,
that
sir.
they know that they have not received anything from any other organization?
Yes, yes. There are some parties actually we have agreement on this. Yes, sir. It is that they show on ground verification that way. On that basis, it would come to know that they have received or not.
At this point, we will discuss.
Yes,
Yeah.
We will interact with this. Further discuss on this.
Representative from
Yes, sir. I'd like to respond to that. Basically, we did receive that communication. Now we have reiterated the guidelines, the revised guidelines, which are absolutely in sync with the JKCIP scheme. And now we are not facing such issue from any of the branches.
We also want to have a separate discussion with JK Bank and
Right?
So let us actually understand, since you are already there and it's a complete statement, that we all should understand again and again the importance of capital infusion in this private sector. Until we all are on board, with respect to that, we are not going to achieve the milestone that we will do. And I think today itself, we are going to have a lot of discussion in the afternoon meeting and okay, मुझे लगता है कि थोड़ा सा आप इसमें let's take those sessions very seriously and let's pass on the message to the ground level because their efforts cannot be assessed and then this we all are
So there is somebody online who wants to ask a question. Kuldeep ji, if you have a question, please let us know your name, your organization, and then ask the question, please. Kuldeep ji, आप अपना सवाल पूछ सकते हैं. अपना आप ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का नाम बता दीजिए और अपना सवाल पूछिए. कुलदीप जी, आप अपनी माइक को अनम्यूट करें, आपका सवाल हमें सुनाई नहीं दे रहा. There seems to be some glitch. Can you unmute him from here? So it seems there are some technical issues. If there are any other questions from the hall, please feel free to ask. So if you allow, should we break for lunch and then come back? So to everybody in the hall, we have two more presentations. One regarding the MNE and digital tools will be presented by Dr. Anjuman Rabi. And then we'll have another presentation by Dr. Rizwan Qureshi on project progress, including action taken report of the last support mission. We'll break for lunch and we'll be back by 2 p.m. Please respect the timing and please be here before 2 p.m. So all the best, everybody. Attention please, we are starting in another 1 minute, so everybody who's outside, the PMU, the FDOs, the officers, everyone is requested to please be in the hall in the next 1 minute. We are starting with Dr. Anju's presentation. Ma'am, with your permission, should we start the next technical session? So now we'll have a presentation on the digital ecosystem of JKCIP, and it's going to be presented by someone who has been at the heart of the digital ecosystem of HADP, which has garnered praises across the nation. I'm so delighted to introduce to you Dr. Anju Mandravi. Let's all give him a huge round of applause.
Thank you, Farad, you're too kind. Distinguished members of the IFAD-JKCIP, respected directors, HODs of the implementing agencies, dear friends, a very good afternoon to all of you. I have the dubious distinction of being the first speaker after the lunch session, so I will implore a bit more attention. So, today I will briefly present how JKCIP is approaching the digital IT systems, not as a standalone IT exercise, but as an implementation as well as a monitoring and evaluation ecosystem. The central idea is very simple. We do not want digitization to stop at application submissions. We want it to support the full program cycle, from application to approval, to credit linkage, to establishment support, to output tracking, grievance, and ultimately leadership review. In other words, the objective is not merely to digitize applications, but to digitize program delivery, monitoring, and accountability. This is especially important in any multi-year program, be it HADP or JKCIP, which is even longer than the HADP timeline. So in such programs, transparency, targeting, evidence generation, and responsiveness are very important. So in this presentation, I will walk through how the JKCIP portal and the connected digital tools are helping us move from transactions to program governance. Next, please. So why digital matters for JKCIP? So before speaking about the tools themselves, it's useful to ask why a digital architecture is necessary in the first place. Traditionally, farmers often had to make repeated visits to offices and banks. Application status was not always visible. Credit linkages were fragmented, and very importantly, approval could sometimes become the endpoint instead of the actual establishment and result. From a management perspective also, this creates challenges. inclusion targets then become harder to monitor. Post-establishment evidence remains weak, and leadership gets delayed visibility from the fields, and hence delayed course corrections or any kind of interventions. So our digital response is aimed at addressing precisely these gaps. The JKCIP digital ecosystem has been envisaged to provide a transparent application and processing workflow, but again with embedded credit processing logic. But at the same time, automated alerts, target controlled approvals, integration with support and skilling system, and post-establishment tracking. So the value of digital here is twofold. It improves the farmer's experience, but at the same time, it also improves management visibility. Next, please. So this is the life cycle that we are trying to build. It begins with the farmer application on the JKCIP portal, and from there the case moves into scrutiny and approval, like with any other scheme that we talk about. So the targets in here are built into the workflow. At the same time, farmers are supported through two tools that we have. Integrated, we have the credit scheme advisor. I think Farah made that introduction in the video, as well as the DBR generator, so that they can make stronger and more credit-ready applications. After that comes the financial institution linkage and automated loan and subsidy alerts. So once a case is approved, then the focus shifts to establishment support through the already established Kisan Khidmat ecosystem, as well as the Kisan Learning Management. So once this whole process is completed and the farmer has established his unit, then comes the time when when the unit is marked as established on the system, it immediately goes into another of our digital tools, which is the output tracking system. So here we are not only doing verification, but yearly and over the course of the next few years, we are going to keep a close track of the outputs of this system, how it's functioning, and generate all the data that we need to understand how this unit is going into the future. So the principle we are trying to uphold here is that approval is not the endpoint, establishment and outcomes are the endpoint. And we are trying to create one digital chain making service delivery with evidence and delivery. Next, please. So this is just a screenshot of the JKCIP portal and where we have reached so far. So 54,000 odd applications and 30,000 odd approvals. We have received applications from 12,334 female applicants. So around 13,000 odd applications that have come from female applicants. So important feature again here is that the activity targets based on the annual work plan or 7-year approved targets are hard-coded into the code. So approvals cannot exceed the approved targets for given activity. So discipline in implementation. At the same time, we have a set percentage of the target farmers, so 47% women, 30% youth, and 10% BPL or marginal farmers. So this inclusion target module is currently under final testing. We have given the logic for this, and the developers are working on it. In addition, Mission Follow during the last time had also pushed us to strengthen the workflows around raising information. So at the same time, collective institutions like FPOs and FIGs, we have rethought the workflow for them, starting from the very beginning, and that is something that I think Ifal Sahab raised in his issue, because earlier you were able to add any FPOs, and now we have started to distinguish between existing and new FPOs as well as the farm and fresh foods. So in simple terms, this means the code is not only helping us process cases, it is also helping us ensure that the implementation remains target compliant, inclusion sensitive, and reviewable. Next, please. So these are the targets that I was talking about. So here, like I said, we have these tools here that are helping the farmers apply in a more effective manner. If you go to the next slide, I think this is more of a repetition. So So yeah, the credit scheme advisor, which is based on the GDP credit scheme advisor, and we have updated it with the JKCIP activities also. So the purpose here is that it does the profiling kind of thing for the farmer. So the farmer puts in his details like the quantum of land they have, the fields that they are interested in, and their appetite for it, and the kind of credit support they need. So the credit scheme advisor helps it arrive at the best fit possible across schemes. So it is not only restricted to JKCIP. So for example, he wants to start a processing unit, but at the same time he or she is also interested in starting a farm. So it could tell it that you can get that processing unit as a JKCIP, you can go to HDB for the farm, you can get the utensils under scheme X, and at the same time if you go to the bank, you can get an interest assumption of 3% under the animal husbandry infrastructure development. So a holistic picture of how the unit should be approved is presented to the farm. At the same time, we had this problem that was coming from a lot of banks, especially our discussions with UT and VC, where the proposals that were reaching them, they had some issues with the bankability, how the credit flow was being presented in those proposals. So we created this kind of an AI-based DPR generator portal. You can go to the next slide if you use some. So this is again a DPR generator based on the profile of the farmer. Farmers create their accounts. It is a one-time questionnaire that they fill or their names, and then they can select from among the activities that they are going to apply for, and it gives them a bankable DPR. And we also, before launching this, we also gave it to the UTLBC, and we got it patent from them, and the banks were pretty happy with the kind of DPR we are getting out of it. So that is another thing that we hope will boost the credit uptake under JKCIP as well as HDB. So if I may put it simply, so these tools help farmer choose better, and at the same time the other help the farmer present their case better. For JKCIP, this is useful because many of our interventions are closely tied to enterprise development and credit liquidity. And I hope that these tools will reduce the guesswork and make the process more structured in both farmers and financial institutions. Next, please. So then beyond the portal, so once we give an approval or once the establishment is nearing its completion, so these are two portals that we have. One is the Dutch Kisan portal. So and the Kisan ecosystem. So these are helping the farmers through one is a skilling portal. So we have 171 odd courses on the Dutch Kisan portal. The other is a digital as well as a physical ecosystem. So for every block, including 90 blocks on the JKCIP, we have approximately 10 to 12 physical Kisan portals. So these are run by our agri-entrepreneurs that we call SKAUST-Jammu that are in place already, and they are specially trained to help farmers successfully convert their units into commercially viable enterprise. So if you see these screenshots of the portals, so for the Dutch Kisan portal, we almost have all of them. Most of the courses are available. That are most of the activities that are JKCIP are already there. There are a few that we are working on. And under KKG, so these farmers can either go to that center, or we also have modules that are available in the form of Android and iOS apps that can be downloaded from the respective store. And they get farming guides, real-time advisories, input services, then they can seek farm machinery. If they don't have some machine, they can book it online, get the information where the custom hiring centers are. They can know where the nearest centers that are there to extend services. We have video and phone call based expert consultation in app. And there is also an over and above, if they need any investment credit in future, there is an over and above credit support through this. And at the same time, we have created a multi-crop peasant support system under the Kisan Credit Card, where right now we have for apples with the support of horticulture planning and marketing, daily price updates of all apples, different varieties of apples in all of the mandis across KK are presented to the farmers. And then he or she can select, I think it's across the nation, also have mandis outside the country report, outside the state reporting into. And the mandis that KK runs in places like Delhi and Mumbai. And at the same time, the farmer can select the mandis based on where the best price is offered or which are the most nearest to the farmer's orchard or location. So this is something that we are working on, and then that is already there, but there is also a tool about cherry and apple price forecasting that we have introduced here. So this again is aimed at helping the farmer make the best decision when the demand for these products are going to be high, so that they get better remuneration for their goods. Yes, please. So then after establishment, we talk about the geo-verified tracking. So once a unit is established, we do not want the case to disappear from the system. Instead, a unit establishment report is uploaded on the JKCIP reporter, and the unit then goes into the output tracking app for field level officer tracking. So what is captured here is one, the geotag photos and videos. So then again, these are geofenced to the block. So unless the field level officer is within the block, they cannot take a photo or video of the unit. So they have to be within the block. The geotagging is done by the app and not by a third-party camera. So it's an in-app geotagging. Then we are also taking all the production details. So what is, apart from the demographic details of farmer, which we have partially, but we are adding to that during this collection time also. But then we are also taking what the crops they have produced in that unit, what has been the gross output, the gross value of that output, what is the tentative profit that the farmer has made, and how many man days they have generated over and above what they were previously doing. So we get three advantages here. First, it creates a geo-verifiable evidence that the unit actually exists and is functional. Second, it allows us to go beyond outcome counting and start understanding economics and livelihood outcome. And thirdly, this creates a basis for a year-wise view by year. So the same unit is followed periodically. For example, livestock-based unit would be followed every 6 months, and agriculture unit would be followed at the time of every harvest, whatever output is coming out, like that. So if you go to the next slide. So this is the app. It's again already available. We have an Android version of the app available on the Play Store. So it shows a few screenshots of the output tracking app. Like I said, the flows are using. So the first is the farmer demographics, then uploading the geotag and geofence images and videos. Then including the outputs that have come as of that day in the unit, and finally the livelihood outcome, the gross value of the produce, the tentative profits, as well as the mandate. Yes. So, to add another layer of onto this, we have instituted the grievance management system, also intrinsically on the JKCIP portal, even though I think in the PDR there was reference of integrating it in the of using the JK Samadhan, which is already there. There is a multi-layer grievance management system there, but that is at the top administrative level, and we thought it would be even easier for us to track grievances if it's built into the JK portal. So, as you know, digital delivery system is complete unless it's also accountable. This is the purpose of this grievance management layer. And we are in the final stages of its user acceptance testing. The grievance flow is straightforward. A farmer or an applicant lodges a grievance, it is acknowledged, this is given an ID, and the action is initiated, matter is resolved. But at the same time, monitoring and reviewing by the mission directorate or the HODs is also inbuilt. So strengthening transparency and confidence. And then we not only want a fast digital kind of flow, but also a responsive flow. Thirdly, it completes the accountability by making the problem visible and reviewable at the program. So now we come to something that we introduced under HADP and which I want to also refer to when we start gathering the outputs of the JKCIP. So it's a 360 kind of ecosystem. Like every program, there are multiple aspects, multiple verticals that come together into making the overall picture of the program a complete one. So as JKCIP is moving into integration with wider Kisan Saathi 360 review architecture, I'll show you the broader integration blocks on the left side. So application, approvals, credit, then the usage of the tools, then how we are taking support and scaling under JKCIP, and the KKG, and then the output tracking under the JKCIP infrastructure. So it will be a portal that will present to you the whole picture of implementation of the intervention at a very micro as well as a macro level. If you could go to the next slide. So this is our 360 view for HADP for Jammu division, Kathua district and Bani block. So here you can say, we can see for this block how many applications across HADP did come from this block, how many of the farmers got skilled on our learning management system, and at the same time how many of them availed services at the Kisan Khidmat Gas, and finally how many units were established, what was the output, how many livelihoods were generated, and at the same time what was the gross revenue and the profit to the farmer. So this supports faster problem identification, better field visibility, and stronger field to policy feedback. So this is the direction in which JKCIP review architecture is moving. So to conclude, I'd like to say that JKCIP is approaching a digital ecosystem as an implementation and monitoring and evaluation architecture as a critical portal. The effort is to create one connected chain from farmer applications to visual outcomes with transparency, targeting support, accountability, and leadership built into the system. Some components are already operational, some are in final testing, and some are under integration. But together they point forward at a coherent digital ecosystem for program development. So thank you so much for your time. I'd be happy to take any questions or suggestions. Thank you.
During the last startup and supervision mission, the team had identified some of the issues in this JKCIP portal. Where these issues addressed?
I think I did mention them that there were a few issues related to the participation of women, as well as the collective, the FPOs and the FID. So we have redone the collective workflow right from the start. We have redone it with the SKAUST implementing agencies, J&K. And at the same time, regarding the inclusion of the set target groups of like 47% women, then 30% youth, and 10% marginal and vulnerable farmers. We have also developed the module. We have worked out the logic, how that is going to take care of the approvals, how approvals are going to shift to women only once a set percentage is reached, so that women get the due share that they have in the implementation of this module. Yeah, that has been done. IFAD is in the process of implementing it, and I think within this month we will have that logic working. And the FPO one has already been done with the systems of cost, and they have tested and they have quite happy with it. Sorry?
So your mic is on mute. Yeah, you are at
So that is something that I think we had a discussion with the cost team that is handling the FPO collections. there was some ambiguity on their legal status. In the sense that how we should treat them. Finally, it was decided that we should treat them as individuals rather than registered units. And we have added, we have made them eligible for every individual activity, and that has been explicitly mentioned in the quick information sheet that every FIG is also, without giving us any more documentation, if you are an FIG, we will treat you as an individual and give you every possible assistance that is available. With regard to their eligibility for those units or those activities that are open only to collectives, I think Mr. Iqbal would tell me better, because he insisted, the university is of the view that FIGs cannot be treated as FPOs for the sake of the activities that are eligible to it.
This issue was related to Department of Directorate of Agriculture, because this FIG thing came up for the wells, if I'm right.
I guess it was regarding the mushroom production units and honey production units, because those were FIG. We had decided that time if any FIG should be able to participate. We've done that on 10. We have.
Okay, so you're talking about, because they were only eligible, they were only available to FPOs in the first instance, mushroom and bowel. So we have changed them now. FIGs can apply.
Yeah.
On this water unit.
Yes, water unit as well as.
Yeah, it has been changed now.
Yeah.
Any other issues the technical departments have?
Is Isha online? Isha?
Sir, regarding the price mechanism you have talked about, what is the mechanism or the modus operandi adapted to forecast the prices of various commodities to the account? Mechanism in place, how we can forecast that?
There are two price prediction models that have been developed by the Division of Marketing and the State University of Agricultural Science and Technology. It's an AI/ML based service that takes into account a number of factors, including the past history of how prices have fluctuated based on various inputs like weather, like demand in different seasons, and also the current present conditions. It's a logic that they have come up with, and they're pretty happy with it, and it has been approved by the marketing division where we have only converted it into an AI/ML kind of device that learns from each and every input that is given into it, and then it predicts at any given point of time what is the likely price of that commodity going to be with a particular mandi.
Sir, secondly, in case of horticulture, we are providing the high density plantation under HD, high density plantation, we are heavily revising what high density plantation scheme, as well as under HADP, and here also in JKCIP. Can we place a mechanism there so that there is not overlapping? That I am a beneficiary, I am taking the incentive from JKCIP, and at the same time I am also applying on HDP or HDP.
Yeah. True, it can be. Per se, it can be done. We could have a mechanism whereas one person is only eligible to apply for at one portal, but that is something that the government has to decide as a policy matter. Until something like that comes to us in black and white, that someone who applies for one portal cannot apply for another. Yeah, right now they cannot apply twice for the same thing. Yeah, that is it. Yeah, I'm not saying that, but within HIDP or within JKCIP, you cannot apply for the same thing. You are applying for an activity this year, then you go to, then the next year you cannot apply for it again.
Clarify that once somebody is taking the HIDP, you don't use for the same,
From the same activity. Yeah.
That is something that even at the department, at the implementing agency level, you have records of who applied for what was established with the fellow of that area. That is something, I think you already have that for your CS2s in the mid, but then people manage it around, this year it is in my name, next year it's in my son's name, third year it's in my wife's name.
But it's the same person, should not be from the same family also.
So, like for example, how would we ascertain that?
I think we should also look at the ethos of such development projects, whether it is HADP or JKCIP. The idea is to maximize benefits to large number of people, the poor people, the more vulnerable people. So if one or two families or 10 to 20% of the families are able to apply for multiple benefits, then there are others who should have gotten it and who don't get it. So if you work with the ethos that ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा लोगों को इसका benefits मिलने चाहिए, है ना? But at the same time, it's not to say कि अगर आपने CS को ट्रेन पे वो किया है और मान लीजिए कि कोई और छोटा मोटा कोई input related या कोई और या you are a member of the FPO and you get some benefit from the FPO, तो वो नहीं कोई रोक रहा है.
Ilani sir, could you please turn on your mic? So I think ma'am, this is something that is being discussed at the very highest level. Recently in a meeting with the Chief Secretary, there was a direction, you might have read the minutes, that a citizen cannot apply for more than 10 subsidy level scheme across portals in a year and no more than 3 a month. So this is something that
That is not very helpful. Because एक साल से दूसरे साल the idea is कोई किसी को रोकना नहीं चाह रहा है, लेकिन सबको एक मौका तो मिलना ही चाहिए.
I just want to say the instructions have to be very clear and incorporated into the document and passed down to the agencies so that there is no confusion. अब तो मेरे पास एक बंदा आ गया, he asked me मुझे दिखाई तो हमें लिखा हुआ है. If you are not like that, you face people say 5 years back, आज तक जिस हिसाब से we are seeing transparency in terms of online. कल को online apply करता है, फिर तो reject करना भी बड़ा मुश्किल हो जाता है. At the same time, we are bringing in the transparency. At the same time, we are bringing the accountability. Online है, कहीं भी कोई apply कर जाता है, फिर उसको यहाँ से बोलते हैं मेरे को agency guideline दिखा दीजिए. बोलती है, things should be clear and passed on to the agency.
आपने इसमें I missed it because I was also trying to do something else. आपने इसमें क्या in one of the steps is also where they have to respond whether they got other subsidies. तो question है आपके I think it should start from there and it should automatically disqualify.
Under FPO, they are asking them whether they have received any kind of managerial grants or any kind of support, but not in the other individual level.
तो आपके इसी में inbuilt होना चाहिए कि eligibility में ही inbuilt होना चाहिए. Whether you have bid for other, if yes, which one? If you have benefited from another scheme, if yes, which one? तो अगर वो पता चला उनकी वाइफ किसी FPO में है, वो किसी FPO में, तो फिर कैसे होगा? है ना, उधर benefit.
It's a voluntary disclosure, we can ask.
It's a voluntary disclosure, but if it is part of the eligibility, it means कि अगर किसी के खिलाफ कुछ मिल गया, तो you can take action.
Well, you are absolutely right. ये inbuilt होना चाहिए online portal में, क्योंकि what happens is that at time we are being asked कि आपने हमें बताया नहीं, देखो जी हमने LOC बनाई, हमने DPR बनवा दिया, हमने ये खर्चा किया, हमने वो खर्चा किया.
अगर टोटली ऐसा कुछ होगा स्टार्ट नहीं कि ऐसे ऐसे एलिजिबिलिटी है तो वो आपने बगैर तो वो इकोनॉमिकल क्लेम नहीं कर पाएंगे अदरवाइज दे क्लेम बिकॉज इन सर्टन इन लार्जर यूनिट्स सब्सटेंशियल अमाउंट ऑफ इन्वेस्टमेंट इज बीइंग डन ऑन द गेटिंग द एनओसी ऑन पिकिंग द लैंड इवन अगर फॉर एग्जांपल कोई लैंड प्रिपेयर करता है हमारे लार्ज प्रोसेसिंग यूनिट के लिए 2-4 कनाल का लैंड वो होता है कि भाई 4 किलो का लैंड ही खरीदा फिर सीएपी कर दिया लास्ट में आप बोल रहे हो आपने दे दिया तो थिंग्स शुड हैव बीन ऑन द पोर्टल इटसेल्फ सो दैट दे कैन नॉट क्लेम
I think this should be a part of the MMO and it should.
Not MMO, it's one of the topics to be discussed with the ACS. आप में से कोई को जो चीफ सेक्रेटरी का सर्कुलर था about how many
सॉरी एक इनपुट था मैं ये समझना चाह रहा था जब आप ये जो हमें लास्ट टाइम बताया गया था कि आप लीगल डॉक्यूमेंट लेते हैं जो भी एप्लीकेंट है जैसे आधार या पैन उसका लेते हैं शायद या नहीं लेते हैं मैं भूल रहा हूँ शायद आप उसको अपलोड करना होता है जो भी एप्लीकेंट है तो इसको सॉरी सर हाँ जी प्लीज
So Aadhaar we can't ask for. So we are asking for the last 4 digits of Aadhaar. Aadhaar taking is not allowed. But PAN they have to upload. Most of the activities PAN is valid.
लेकिन उसको आधार ऑथेंटिकेशन नहीं करना है राइट तो आपको कहीं ये मैकेनिज्म सिस्टम में डालना पड़ेगा कि उसकी आधार ऑथेंटिकेशन जब होगी तो जब वो नेक्स्ट टाइम अप्लाई कर रहा होगा सिमिलर स्कीम के लिए वो सिस्टम में उसको डिजाइन कर देगा कि आपको हो नहीं सकता
That is true. We can have that system through a third party vendor की जो उसको validate करेगा.
मतलब वो लेगा ही नहीं उस पर भी आप ऑलरेडी अप्लाई कर सकते हैं वो लेगा ही नहीं बट समथिंग ऑफ द सेम मैं बहुत सिंपलिसिटी से बात कर रहा हूँ कहीं ना कहीं जब आपने इतना ट्रांसपेरेंट सिस्टम बनाने की कोशिश की है तो वो इंटेंशन और इसको एप्लीकेशन को दोनों पे करके आना पड़ेगा तभी ट्रांसपेरेंसी का
There is something that Government of India has been working on for the last 2 years for Jan Aadhaar, more than 2 years ago. But it is something that we have asked ISAC to help us with across the board. So you have a common login based on your Aadhaar for Jan Aadhaar, like we have in government, we have a Parichai system. So based on our Aadhaar, when we log into any portal, I just use one credential across all government portals. So for citizens, Government of India has introduced a Jan Aadhaar and we are working with our developers to implement it into HADP as well as JKCIP that we relate to each and every application that a single person has submitted.
Sir, दो activities के लिए कर सकता है कोई एक ही स्कीम है somebody applies for 2 activities or more than 1 activity in one scheme. Can you apply for more than 1 activity?
I have not seen anything that prohibits that. I may be wrong.
No limitation. You can have actually sometimes it complements the achievements. For example, of horticulture, we are making the model in integrated form. Corporate taking a nursery unit, we have also taken Muslim bank as well as other options. It's an integration model. So as a number of activities you can apply, but for the same activity.
Generally it's not considered as good. लोग आते हैं कि एक को ही बार ही बेनिफिट दे रहे हैं मेरे ख्याल में इसमें भी होना चाहिए कि रेस्ट्रिक्शन होनी चाहिए इनके गाइडलाइन
Are there any other questions from anybody? No. So now should we? I also think these restrictions should have been there. अगर for example कहीं पे हमें फिर activity ऐसी लग गई, it's not taking up, जहाँ पे आप take काम है, we can apply these conditions in those cases में. तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है. But initially these restrictions should be there.
I think in my opinion, as it's the same activity, stop, but then having a multiple activities, say for something for area expansion, and you don't fall in for a water management process. Study that should be allowed, because they complement each other and they overall help the application benefit.
Partly बाकी schemes का क्या system? Let's say you are a beneficiary under NRLM, then you also be a beneficiary under other schemes, the same person.
The basic principle is subsidy is not used. That's the basic
नहीं,
one.
subsidy on one activity should not be used.
Yes.
So मान लीजिए she is part of a group where she is able to benefit from seed capital. So she will not be eligible for another round of seed capital. But she is eligible for putting goat unit. है ना? वो है. ठीक है. तो how to get this information? Whether they already have benefited.
It's there in all those guidelines, no to take it. I think it's not specified that you cannot take multiple activities, but it is specified if somebody has taken an advantage of something, he or she cannot retain the same advantage to someone else. So that's the
Sir, analysis का हमारा थोड़ा सा ये है कि we are mandated to take the initiative with convergence mode to offer these schemes to our self-help group analysis. However, what the difficulty we face in ground is that the banks do not sponsor if a member has already availed a benefit from some other scheme. They are not sponsored in a different scheme again. So that's what happens.
Please state a specific case, not generalize it.
Sorry. Could you come again? Sorry. आप क्या कह रहे हैं?
Sir कह रहे stick to a specific instance of this convergence our activity, banks not finance. Just give me a specific case. In which activity you had this problem?
We have the scheme of natural farming in Jammu and Kashmir by the Krishna Secretary identified by the environment. And they are working with them. And in the convergence mode, we are providing the remuneration, for example, 3 for the whole year, that is 60,000. That's the convergence mode. They provide us the data and all that. And also we provide them DRC, centers of 1 lakh per day. That's the convergence mode. Similarly, we use them in R&D mode. So it is analyzing one person taking a different scheme. This is one example.
JKCIP funding, for which activity under this convergence mode, JKCIP is funding.
JKCIP.
Yeah.
Sir, JKCIP is a separate scheme. Basically, we use village cluster mode.
But the earlier question was, because of convergence mode, there are issues. I wanted to know exactly in which case you had this issue.
Mr. Paul, I think you had raised the question.
So basically what I was saying that what is our working analysis in the district of Amity. So in financial inclusion part of the so what happens most of the times when we send our members to a bank for availing finance for a particular scheme, that they may get some kind of funds and then start a share of their own something there like that. So what we faced is that they were denied the bank in case they applied for any kind of different schemes, or in another instance what they on the basis of some family member giving away a scheme where the bank had supported them already, they should decline because they have more chances of equity and they were these things
No,
what my point was here to make is that we have sensitized the bankers regarding that if there is a settlement to members who is intended to take up this, I mean, we should be aware to provide agreement. So, if there are no other questions, should we move to the next presentation now? Thank you.
Dr. Mandali, thank you so much for this very comprehensive presentation. And thank you so much everybody for being so active when it comes to asking questions and the right one. So now I request Dr. Rizwan Qureshi to come on the lectern again and lecture us and tell us what have we done so far in JKCIP, the ATR, the issues that surround it, and I'm so pleased to have him back here. So, the lecture is all yours. And why don't we clap him? Clap him.
Earlier it was fine, but now I think you're making fun of me. So we're moving to the next part of my presentation. So the earlier was about the orientation, and now Mr. B talked about the business, what we did in the last financial year, and what are the plans for the current financial year. So I'll first talk about the last financial year, IFAD-JKCIP. So the annual work plan budget for the year 2025-26 was 150 CR, and it was divided into different verticals as per the breakup given on the slide. So for climate smart marketing and production, we had 110 CR. For agriculture ecosystem, we had 14 CR. For support to customers and other vulnerable communities, it was 16 CR. And for product management, it was 8 CR. But eventually, during the implementation of the program, we felt that these allocations were on the higher side, and we were also aware about the ratings and staff supervision missions. And we were focusing on some other activities, government activities. We thought that we would revise and cut down the annual work plan and budget. So accordingly, we revised the annual work plan and budget from 150 CR to 95 CR, which fortunately was approved by the Government of Jammu as well as by IFAD also. So this was the total allocation initially. The IFAD share was 76 CR and the Government of Jammu was 90 CR. So the total IFAD plus Government of Jammu share earlier was 97 CR, but later it was revised and was brought down to 61 CR. So against the annual plan of 61 CR IFAD and Government of Jammu share, the approved budget was 150 initially. So that was for IFAD and Jammu government share, and later it was revised to 127 CR, against which a release of 38.45 CR was made, and the last installment was released on 28th of March. So before 28th of March, we had 38 minus 12, 26 almost CR amount available with us, and on 28th of March we received another installment of 12. So out of the total release of 38 CR, 26.5 CR was utilized, that was debited from the bank account. While as the expenditure on tally was on a higher side, more than 26.5, it was 28.5 CR. So the implementing agency was figures of funds utilized. The allotment shows 38 and was what was released to us, and the expenditure on tally is 29 crore and 21 lakh. This is the breakup. And you will be sharing the presentation with IFAD also so that this is also the record to them. And now we get into the vertical wise, sub-component wise activity. What was the initial physical target and then the revised target, and what was the achievement under the arm. So the first vertical, capacity building of field officers, substantial progress has been achieved on all these sub-components. The training part, the exposure to development, FPO, the target was 15, they have achieved 16. Assessment of business opportunities was a little tricky because there were some requirements involved, but still, out of a target of 25, we have made an achievement of 15. SKAUST-Kashmir has not been able to do it, but SKAUST-Jammu has completed the target of 15. And then the curriculum for FPO development officers was completed. Capacity building of FPO development officers, we had a target of 350, and we have achieved the target of 350. Training of FPO staff, we had a target of 1010, we have achieved that. Similarly, target for training of FPO leaders, training in fruit tree management have been achieved. So one activity, FPO business plan preparation. Again, this was a little tricky because there was procurement. They had done initially. We thought that we will do it by secondary procurement, but finally we have passed and we were unable to do anything. That is why during the revised plan we reduced the target from 80 to 0. To just get away with the activity, and we plan the same activity to meet the current finance every 27. Similarly, there was a component for technical assistance to FPO support. We have released money in favor of SKAUST-Kashmir only. They have made some expenditure under the component. And then FPO bankable sub project preparation. Again, this was initially we tried for secondary procurement, but then that would materialize. So we didn't revise the targets also, but we were expecting that we could do something by the end of the year, but unfortunately it couldn't happen. The achievements are 0 under this. The FPO bank insurance interaction, we had a target of 80. We achieved 30. SKAUST-Jammu has done this interactions with banks. SKAUST-Kashmir was unable to do it. So I think these are activity wise. Do you want me to go activity wise or just have an overview and move forward? Not implemented. Okay, so I'll focus only on the activities which we are unable to implement. So coming to the next part, FPO support, there was a target of 14 for mobilization support, for management costs, office equipments, matching, equity support. But all of these, though the new FPOs were registered, 19 new FPOs were registered, but we couldn't reach the stage where all these interventions would be given to them. So, because FPO formation and then transferring these benefits to them is a gradual process. We have started the process, 19 FPOs have been registered, but giving them these grants would require some time. By registration start, now mobilizing advance hopefully would be given in next month or so, and then eventually we follow up with management costs, office equipment and equity also. So this is a time consuming exercise, but they've already started it, and hopefully we will get results during the current financial year. Similarly, this is also the case of FPOs. There are some issues in the portal also. Initially we thought that this would be an offline exercise, but then later it was decided that it would be an online exercise that also consumes some time. So again, 56, 28 plus 10, 38 FPOs, existing FPOs have been identified in these 90 blocks. And awareness, trainings are happening, but these benefits are not being transferred. But during this year, we have reduced the number of targets. And during last year also, like for example, FPO voucher management business, we reduced the targets to 0. For emerging business also, we reduced the target to 0 because nothing was happening on ground. So that is why we reduced the targets. But we are expecting that during the current financial year, we will achieve momentum in this. So then the training part under restock, so that done significantly well. Almost all the targets have been fulfilled. Only the tulip feasibility study is underway. It has not been finalized, but it has been awarded and the process is underway. In the meantime, SKAUST already is working on some tulip center of excellence. So they have, though we had planned a center of excellence tulip center of excellence in JKCIP, along with the feasibility study. We thought that we'll get a feasibility study first, and then in accordance with the findings of the feasibility study, we'll go for a tulip center of excellence. But they have already done tulip center of excellence. I think we may have to consider or rethink how should we go about it. This is something which we
One question I have, because you said you completed all these trainings, and now we see that SKAUST-Kashmir has already started work on the Center of Excellence. So, how are these activities actually taking place? For example, for the training, you could go ahead and do these trainings. Is it because in other projects, what we see is that it takes time to hire an agency, and then the procurement of agency also takes some time. And then the training begins. In your case, how have these trainings happened so rapidly? Is it because they are done by SKAUST?
Yeah, mostly.
Is the project not interested to also get, external sort of additional skills?
So in the first year, we did what SKAUST, like we did go out of SKAUST. Because of, but now, during the current financial year, all trainings have been proposed with a development plan. So SKAUST will not do it, there will be competitive.
So please start the process for the engagement of agencies well in advance. Because what we see elsewhere, it takes long for them to come on board. Then they start preparing their training material, they want to understand the grassroots situation. The advantage with SKAUST was that they were already familiar with the ground reality, so they could hit the ground running. But now you have to factor in all that time.
Yes. So now the good thing is because procurement is a delegated activity. So now we have procurement officers in case in almost all ministries along with the mission directorate. So obviously there would be an acceleration in the work because open is it's a task. So you need someone to follow it on a daily basis.
No, they have this for this year. They have planned for
So, say for example, there is training for trainers within state. So that is something like. Pardon, you're not audible. Could you please? So, like for example, there are some ICR institutes or like even SIP. So, but then they have to decide something. Like for example, we have to go for them or we have to do them in-house. There are only two options.
Sir, actually, sir, the SKAUST actually is doing that. But actually, we are getting experts from different fields. Like for example, you are getting experts from you are getting experts from the channel, you are getting experts from Manish Hyderabad. We are also our process.
That's a better model. That the training is done by the SKAUST, and you ask the SKAUST to onboard individual experts from time to time as required, so that the requirement of this project is perhaps something that the routine trainings of SKAUST may not cover. For example, the FPO training.
Madam, actually, we have one MOU with Manish Hyderabad. In that MOU, they always secure the presence of outside exports, not from Amadi alone.
Right. I don't want to comment on, the existing arrangement. What I'm saying is, Dr. Rizwan, you and the team should perhaps look at this aspect that Shrikant Shetty was saying just now, that rather than going out and bidding and seeking bids from brand institutions, you can ask the SKAUST to engage individual experts. That way, you won't have to spend so much time on the product.
One minute, I want to come here. There are actually different types of training. First, there is a training state level. In our university, also invited other experts from different areas, which are mainly expert in those niche crowd. We have conducted training for persons who are at a very national level. So for that national level, we actually field trainers to different universities outside the Jammu and Kashmir, including Himachal, Punjab and other Maharashtra. So they actually get that training from outside the state. There is another component of training for startups, for example. There is a 1-year training program, continuously hand-holding, which we have to do for the startups which have been selected as a challenge fund. So for that 1-year training, there is a written, compliance that we have to hire a consultancy which will, handhold them for a year. So that already we actually formulated that RFP also, and we are going to close that because we have selected all these startups. So
that we will discuss this point.
Yes.
The point was, engage with the Institute of Technology or Institute of Management to do this handholding. So you cannot engage an agency.
No, but that is under the DPRC for mentorship. For mentorship, for example, we have 5 startups who are going to build a prototype of a machinery. So that we already, attached with the IFAD-JKCIP. So that mentorship is a separate aspect component, and training for continuous training for them. We have to hire that consultant.
Startup can go on continuous training.
Yeah,
so it is a kind of mentorship only.
Yes.
So let us discuss this, when we get to that.
Fine.
So please remember that.
Yes.
I don't see it to bring an agency and they will continuously train all startups. Nobody has the capacity to train all startups. No agency will have that capacity.
You are absolutely correct, Shri. That's point right there. How do you we'll do that. But how do you onboard trainers? Like, do we have to follow a recruitment plan for that also?
Yes, there is a procedure to onboard the trainers.
So what recruitment plan?
That's
Individual consultant selection.
See, individual consultant hiring doesn't take long. There are things, PCVs have PORs and then that gets done much easier. Whereas onboarding an agency will take long. Even then, we support the idea of onboarding an agency in normal conditions. In your case, that's why I asked the question in the beginning, why is it that everything is being done through SKAUST? So SKAUST is already very capacitated. In every state, it's not the case, right? So what SKAUST needs is maybe a few more skilled people. So let them hire individual consultants, strengthen their, team, and let most of these trainings go to them.
Yeah, but now, say for example, there is a national training. So what our experience with ICS has been, only the local people participate.
National training.
So like for training of trainers at national level. That's the name of the component. So like we do an ICS. But the resources, what we would get would be from the state. So it doesn't make sense that you're doing a national level training or something. So my idea is
Our idea was the national level includes people, the national level institutes who conduct different kind of training. National training.
Okay, so I think we'll have to revise the reform plan then because that was what was suggested.
Never mind, you can change the government plan and offer it. First get the approval, and if you got the nomination, you got it.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter, you can plan it as you go and make one. National level training, the idea was to send people, see, part of the idea is also for people to go and see in other states how things are happening. If the national level training institute is in Hyderabad, you go there, you also get to see, you meet other people also. It's not about controlling anyone.
Right. So moving ahead. So again, they should talk. Yeah, okay. So in the range of promotion, we had a component saffron COE business plan that is underway. The agency IS has been onboarded. It's called Agriculture Kashmir. Agriculture Kashmir. Imran साहब, हमारा COE का क्या status है business का?
Sir, regarding the COA, we have procured one consultancy and we have made technical to the department. We will fight this week for 75 days.
75 days, almost 3 months. So at the end of 3 months, we'll have a. So there has been significant progress in saffrons, seed village promotion, aromatic rice, mushroom vegetables, medicinal aromatic plants, shallot, kala zira, bajarwa rajma, hail garlic. All these activities, something or the other, have been done in a significant way. Not audible. Mike, one time please.
Because of the devaluation of Indian rupee against dollar, you will have much more money available for expenditure. Otherwise, you will be lagging behind for expenditure.
Would that money come to us or that money would go to the DA to decide?
It will come if you spend. If you don't spend, it won't come.
Okay.
Not only, but also to your question, Dr. Iswan, what happens is that because the union territory is bearing the burden of the loan, so they get the exchange rate benefits. For special category states who don't bear the burden of the loan, in which case the government of India is paying 90% of the loan. For them, the exchange rate gains get decided by the union. So often DA asks them to return that because the burden is coming on DA, so they would much rather cancel that amount. You know, so unless there is a clear demand. Now, in your case, it will not. You don't automatically have to go to DA to get their permission to use the money. But as Shrikant is saying, if you don't have a plan to use it, then you will have so much surplus that when we ourselves will come for midterm review, we will say cancel. Right? So, and if there were people who were raising the question about the need to cover more people, this is your opportunity.
Yes.
Maybe don't go to new blocks at this stage yet, but in the same blocks, if there is scope to saturate, cover more.
We already got an increment of 100 CR in that case. Almost.
To also have contingencies. See, our first sustainable builds still.
Yes.
Lot of contingents. End of the day, you are almost 30-40% of the project cost remain non-mobilized. That's why you need to jack up these numbers.
Absolutely, absolutely true. But you know, the base year, this was the base year. We hope that we would be exceeding the work plan for this year. Hopefully.
What we are right now doing is, you are taking the total target, divided it over 4 or 5 years, and you are spreading the physical targets. So please don't do that. Please try to, put adequate quantities during the first 2-3 years.
Right. We're also prioritizing activities. For example, if there are some activities for that year, if those are not helpful or not feasible, so we're leaving them and we're taking only the activities which are feasible and which we could do and implement.
Particularly this expansion.
Yes.
Increase the quantities related to expansion, production expansion.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And then we also have to release subservient to the budgetary constraints.
Expansion, the rest of the horticulture. Because we are at highest our main constraint, we have also reflected particularly that there is adequate quantity of any varieties. That limits our progress. Otherwise, that's the only factor that limits our progress and extension of the horticulture. Let's make the SOP for the planting materials and include it in the work plan. Although it is not there in the first table, we can include them. Yes, sir.
So then comes the other component, agritourism. So we don't do anything in agritourism. So despite a lot of efforts, we were unable to do. The concept has been there. They got a direction how to do it, but then by the end of the year, we couldn't do it. I would request Direct Agriculture Jammu and Kashmir to reflect or to indicate what problems did they face, so that we could resolve and we could take support from the IFAD in this.
Or are we to find another direct way to deal with that?
Maybe. बताइए इमरान साहब, क्या हम what happened in agritourism? Agritourism में हमारा achievement नहीं था.
Actually, agritourism में हमने guideline बनाई कि approval के लिए we have prepared it. So we will do it this year. This was the first year agritourism will be. Sir, agritourism will be implemented this year because there was a guideline some maybe to this year. This year it will be implemented. All of the targets from 25, 26, 27, 27. All the targets will be implemented.
And Jammu, the same story. So mushroom progress has been done. Environment, honey production marketing progress has been done. Environment protection fund for youth. There is a problem in that also. Would request your attention. Madam.
Let's discuss this agritourism plan.
So what they're saying is that during the year they were finalizing the guidelines. They finalized the guidelines now, and during this year, then they. So there is a problem with the environment protection fund.
To get the guidelines, you want to look at it?
Oh yes, sure. आप लोगों ने फिर में डाले वो guidelines? Do you have a copy of the guidelines? Because we would present. Can you get it tomorrow? So tomorrow we have a session with agriculture. They'll get it tomorrow. And then there are some issues in the environment protection fund for youth also. Because if you would recall, That time they said so there are some 5,000 odd youth clubs, but when we went to the ground to check with them, those youth clubs were non-existent. And still, despite of that, we did some exercise with Dr. Farhat is around.
I'm here.
So if you could please.
The youth club, on the field we are, so we have around 54 youth clubs as a business there, and we have adopted 700 of them, and then we batch them. So in the next 6 years, we're going to have 6 batches, 200 over there, and then subsequent 500 subsequent years. What we came to realize is in the first year, we could not get database of 200 youth clubs from mission. And what we have been told consistently is, and it was supposed to be discussed after tomorrow, but this got brought down. So what they're saying is, there is no data sheet, they acknowledge there was data. But Mission Youth somehow has been transformed into Mission Yuva. The youth clubs haven't disbanded. When we went into a little bit more resolution, we realized there were not even youth clubs to begin with. Some of them that have been created. So there are these youth clubs which happen to actually be cricket clubs, and some are as young as youth. So the captain. So we have these kinds of issues that have resulted after chaos. And in the first phase, I'm sure directorates of both Jammu and Kashmir will agree that they're facing difficulties even identifying the youth clubs on the ground. And we had invited the CEO of Mission Yuva here and this needs to be discussed. What we are proposing, in fact, I was having this discussion with Dr. Ridwan as well. So the possibility now is probably to tweak the guidelines, to have to give maybe the chief agriculture officers or the district magistrates the power to actually create new youth clubs, so that that would be a much better approach rather than relying on the data of mission. So that is what is something that could be looked into.
This is going to create a big problem for us. What is youth centric? We have designed a project, to be very critical of myself, designed a project without looking at it in the depth.
They said that they have all these it's been definitely discussed.
But this is the interesting part. They were sure till we started working on the ground. Because as soon as we asked them to give us the data of the 5,000 claimed youth clubs, they couldn't even provide us 200. And now the situation is, the data that we have, the youth clubs, they're basically names, not even phone numbers. And the youth clubs, when I call some of them, the members don't even know they are part of any youth club. So it's really problematic. This needs to be, looked into, and we need to devise the framework.
Let's think through this one.
The department was depending on more information that they had, and they didn't check. And I got I don't know what happened in 2023. I remember we
Yes, ma'am.
that's what I remember. That experiment with one of the and they had also not updated it.
They're not.
So what is the plan? How to they want to now implement their solution? It was also centered around
Ma'am, what we have done is, they've done away with mission youth per se. And the youth clubs, I was having this conversation with the CEO of Mission Yuva yesterday. And he said, youth clubs, in our record as well, have been pre-funded for the last 3 years at least. And then they have Mission Yuva, they've come up with new schemes and activities in Mission Yuva. And regarding the youth clubs as such, there is no plan.
But Mission Yuva will also work with youth club, right?
Not with youth clubs, but the individual youth. Yes. So, and this needs a serious rethinking. So, and we have prepared the guidelines and everything is there, and share the guidelines with you as well. And we have integrated it with the JKCIP portal as well. But then this issue is something that is reducing sleepless nights.
Let's brainstorm a little bit more.
Surely. On the 8th, we have a meeting with the CEO of and I'll request my campus to be here.
Youth club is a problem. Name is moving forward. The Directorate TNU, Director of Agriculture, Jammu, has onboarded the entire staff. Our Director of Agriculture, Kashmir, is lagging behind. He has onboarded just one manager generally. The other 3 are still pending, despite of the उसमें क्या status है Imran
One has been procured, one generally, and other 3 except finance have been re-advertised, and 2 have been interview stage is over, and now it is published.
कब तक हो जाएंगे ये लोग?
Within a week, because we have a meeting on Saturday, and we'll finalize it.
So Director Agriculture Jammu is done. Kashmir is saying within a week will do everything. So
All the positions are vacant or
for Jammu, all are filled. For Kashmir, 1 is filled, 3 are vacant.
have they resigned or they are yet to be filled or?
No, it was re-advertised twice, and now it's interview stage is over, and we are finalizing on Saturday.
Moving forward, horticulture crop promotion support training part. The training part, except training for trainers at national level, has been significant. The training for trainers at national level couldn't materialize because one, they were looking for an advanced role, and second, cost. अगर आप cost बता दें, you could say what happened.
Just now,
Sir, for agri niche we have already conducted, and for horticulture also we planned. The only thing we didn't get the deputation from the government because all the government officers are to be deputed for that. So that is why in the last month of March we could not depute them. Otherwise it was planned also for admission. उसका प्लानिंग सर मैम जनवरी से ही हो गया था, एंड वी आल्सो कम्युनिकेट दैट से कौन से इंस्टीट्यूट्स में जाना है, बट वो वही बात है कि रेपुटेशन नहीं है. Yeah, we can do it in April only. We will follow them. Yeah, because everything is planned, everything is ready.
Ma'am, for this course, actually, we had asked for ICR rally, where requested for but we did not proceed as it was a single course selection. For conducting candidates, we had to they asked for advance amount towards starting the grant. So we had divided into 4-5 institutes, but we were sending two groups there. A group of 30. That's how we keep for them also to carry out a good training for 5 days.
So what is your procurement person saying for this?
That's not the issue. The only issue was about the advance amount.
These are national institutes. These are some private companies.
We can have.
What is your instrument based on which you can transfer? So there has to be some agreement. You have sent them in terms of reference. They have submitted kind of proposal, and based on that, you develop a memorandum of agreement waiting for participation.
That's fine, ma'am. We are like we did with IIT-Jammu, we had an MOA, and then on the basis of that, we gave them the money. But they are institutes to demand it as advance to prepare for the grant.
I think that will come later. First, you put in the MOA.
You write that this is the advance to be paid.
After selection of candidates and share the names of candidates, what's a group once then an advance amount to be paid. Something like this you can put in the MOA. Because MOA has 2 branches of how much you will release at one stage. That's it. But you went with the halfway meaning to the procurement to ask can we give them this permission. First, get the right instrument in place.
So you have your terms of reference for engaging in the ICR Institute. Did you prepare some terms of reference?
Yes.
You did. Based on that, did they give you a proposal?
They gave us a proposal where they
Perfect. Right. And now you have to sign a document with them. कुछ करार होगा तभी तो पैसा दे सकते हैं ना. कोई करार ही नहीं है तो वो for that you have to prepare an MOA, upload it in open, get IFAD's no objection on that. Okay, and in that MOA, the memorandum of agreement, you say what training will be provided, roughly what duration, and also say that an upfront advance would be advance payment would be made, which is partial cost of the training. You put it in there. Okay.
The total payment, if they ask for 5 lakhs of rupees, 1 lakh of rupees advance, 2 lakh at this stage, balance so much at this stage. So you write the entire payment schedule in the agreement and jointly sign.
But in that case, I would just like to know that when you have to upload this activity of open, as you say, but then we'll also have to identify a plan, procurement plan for it, which method.
Yeah.
Which method would be?
Not even, I don't think that's it will be single source.
If it will be a single source selection, then before we prepare the RFP, we'll have to send it to IFAD for no objection.
Yeah, you have to. So it's not just in the open. IFAD will approve the MOA content, and only then you can sign it.
Right. Thank you. इसमें और एक एक्टिविटी थी स्टडी ऑन फीजिबिलिटी एंड मैनेजमेंट ऑफ एक्सपोर्ट लॉजिस्टिक हब जो स्काउस्ट कश्मीर कर रहा था.
Sorry, what did Jammu do for setting those training? What kind of procurement process they adopted?
We actually do it on payment basis. So we reimburse after the
Training is done.
Yes, after the training.
What is the procedure you adopted? Why is the procurement method?
We actually organize ourselves. We only organize that program in the other institute. So we are the organizers. We just say other agencies.
But what's the advantage of that?
That we can conduct the training on time. That is the main advantage. And the second advantage that the whole control is with us only.
Why would you organize it in the premises of another institute?
Because it's a national level. We have to organize.
But you gain nothing from it, right? If you
otherwise we have to gain.
I got that. But that's your unwritten, reason for this.
Yes.
If I were to ask you, what is the advantage of you organizing the training to your own people in somebody else's house, what is the benefit?
The benefit is first the exposure to that, because we need that expertise of the other third institutes.
So that means those institutes also participated in the training.
They not participated, they actually conduct the training on our behalf, on our request. In a collaborative training.
Experts to training and their premises were again.
Their premises and their experts are actually involved in that training.
Huh? No, I'm just trying to think what kind of an agreement did they have with them for doing this?
Because university already have MOU with those institutes. So we already conduct training in collaboration. They come to our institute, we go to their institute. We also send our farmers and other in-service candidates.
And you made no payments to them?
We made after, post payment, after completion of training programs.
They make payment for the staff and the facilities used.
I think this might get into some. I think so. Abhi Shankat is coming end of this month. Please list out all your procurement questions. He is a very good source of information. Shankar Bhutti. He is our regional procurement specialist based out of Bangkok. I suggest you discuss this with them, because I'm just thinking you made the payment. The moment there is a payment, there has to be a system for entering into an agreement with them.
Yes.
What system did you follow? You said you already had an ongoing MOU, right? So the reason that all these processes kick in about verifying and providing communication. Now that is to make sure that you get the best value for money, right? So how will people figure out whether you could have? You have gone to that institution out of a preference, right? If it is a single source, because there is a payment, it is a single source. Then you should have first gone for prior approval.
So that was discussed in the last, I think in Srinagar, we already discussed that this is the process we are going to follow. So that was already discussed in the last meeting.
And Abhijit said it's fine. No, there was no procurement person. And he said it's fine.
I think so. In the last meeting, it was discussed that we are going to follow this process, because it's only in December after that meeting we actually conducted this meeting.
And it was money has there is a transaction of money. So therefore selection process becomes important. Having an ongoing MOU is a reasonable ground.
In all these cases, sometimes at least you please write an email to IFAD to ask what has to be done.
Just write an ask.
Just send an email.
Right.
In this case, when you come to say you have this MOU and based on this we have done, if it is not approved, please give us post facto approval. Please ask for that one. Okay. And find out both the universities together, find out what should be the process to engage in national institutes, not private sector agencies.
So this one, can we do it like this, that we send 10 officers or scientists to the institute for training and they pay themselves all the registration fee and everything they national institute marks. Then we can reimburse that amount of the concerned staff or the officer whosoever is going for the training. Will that be okay?
That could be difficult in my view, my experience with the procurement people. It is always better to have a MOA with the agency and to pay the agency. That's always better. But how do we engage that agency? That question needs to be resolved. What should be the process? You need to write half-page rationale and get the single source approval. Do that. Yeah.
Please list out these issues for discussion with Shankar. Ask pointed questions, he'll give you very clear responses.
Now you have sent said for IFAD-JKCIP, you said it's pending, is it?
We have sent a document, we were asked to frame it in a particular format and we sent it for IFAD-JKCIP.
No, did you ask this single source?
Single source.
It has got approval has come?
No, we have yet to come, sir.
I'll tell you the reason. They had requested, but then the procurement plan resubmitted, had some other issues, and then came back to us.
Okay.
And so that issue remained there. And then we submitted the procurement plan for this year, 26-27, and we could resend that back to them. So once this year's procurement plan gets approved, it comes back to us, then only
And procurement practice is that this single source.
yes, that's there.
That is there.
That's there, but that's the last, that's not the IFAD. Because IFAD at one point in time handles only one procurement plan. They already have the plan of 26-27 with them at this point. I think these are procurement related questions. They have a there's a training scheduled from 27th April to 4th April. Shankar would be participating. I guess all the intermediaries could list out their issues so that those could be discussed and resolved on the spot.
Please write it down in advance,
Yes.
Discuss at both universities or both directors together to list out, discuss with your procurement, PMU's procurement person. Okay, these questions are right, then you place it before them.
You have a procurement officer also
If you don't have the right questions, they will give wrong answers.
Yeah. No, and please discuss with Shankar. Shankar is your procurement specialist. Please discuss each of these with Shankar.
Alright, moving forward, we have a similar issue in solar fencing. In solar fencing, their procurement officer had done some exercise, but we are reconsidering that, and I think we could take that up on 27-40 because they had done an EOI, and on the basis of the EOI, they had some agencies, and then they entered into an agreement with the agencies. So, we discussed this, we thought that this would not be the right procedure because after EOI, they'll have to go for some sort of competitive bidding. So, it was not there. But they already have done this exercise somewhere else in some other scheme, so they wanted to go ahead.
Actually, for solar fantasy, we need go for the national company meeting in case of election or inviting that EOI interest. And we received interest from 6 companies and also takes the technical evaluation. We received 7, and now this is technically 6 shortage. But here was when there is a fixed estimate of 7.5. So we are having now, as per Rizwan sir, he was asking this part that we should also go for business for everyone. Then we have done it on the anomaly of identity foundation, where we have EOI and selected every distributed August among all the evaluations based on already having worked out for a budget. Every quota is where the almost 20 lakhs. 8 lakhs of corrective budget. On that basis, we are also keeping this very fixed amount in view. That this is the corrective budget and we will not establish the order within this very budget. And on that same amount, we selected the agency, also we did go for the agency activity. We were on this very because we were having a fixed estimate of 7.5. Now, if you had gone for everyone, then we thought that we could be compromised on the quality of the work. We will be on second thing. Here, we were behind the headways in a short period of time. Because it's included on that. Now that is a financial competition, we have to decide mechanism. And he had also, not but he had also given an order. But we want either exposure problem. Secondly, this other issue is the solar panel. We are having an estimate of 7.5.
Large area, all the people should come together.
But that was finished by the time we have made a special secondly, all the what is the criteria that was set out in the team, so none of them qualified. Now we are realizing this also. So, coming next to the innovation and startup ecosystem development, significant work apart from development of bankable proposals for startups. Engineering graduate, civil है और engineering graduate in the sense कि वो बनाते हैं R&D के वो RFQ बनाते रहते हैं उनका that's a standard commerce
ये देखिए बराबर एक सोल्यूशन इसमें ये है कि जब हमने अपना सेंट्रल टीम हायर किया तो हमने सीरियल 1 रखा सेलेक्टेड कैंडिडेट एंड देन वी इशूड अ वेटिंग लिस्ट आल्सो 4 लोगों का। तो जो हमारे में वेटिंग लिस्ट है we could give that waiting list to them, so that is one solution what we are looking at, but that could happen in case of procurement officer only or finance officer, and we will see, we will work on that, that's on cards so देखेंगे। फिर हमारा नेक्स्ट है इंक्यूबेशन स्टार्टअप।
My suggestion is, if you are having a waiting list, then make the selection for the directors from the that's better.
We cannot do that. आपका काम हम नहीं कर सकते।
But when you are already prepared to waiting list, it will be better than to make the selection.
That's not possible. So moving ahead, incubation and startups इसमें ऑलमोस्ट हर एक्टिविटी में काम हुआ है एक्सेप्ट मेंटोरिंग सपोर्ट टू इंक्यूबेशन सेंटर्स जो आईआईटी आईएम है उनके साथ एमओयू हमने कर लिया है, देखा कोई फाइनेंशियल ट्रांजैक्शन के साथ नहीं है। अगेन ये कॉस्ट को परटेन करता है। सो कॉस्ट पर अगर कुछ बोलना चाहें तो
As already told कि हमने MOU with IIT IIM हुआ है, उनके साथ हमारा ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम भी हमने इनिशियल स्टार्ट करवाया है, but financial we have not transferred any funds to them because mentorship अभी स्टार्ट होगी जो स्टार्टअप्स हमने चूज की।
The confusion was regarding the mentorship of incubation staff.
That we discuss in the dedicated session. So फिर है support to pastoralists, vulnerable communities. इसमें whole trade processing में काम नहीं हो पाया because there are no takers. दो हमने whole study हमने करवाई है। Tomorrow जब उसका सेशन होगा then present है detailed उसका क्या था what were the findings and what were the recommendation of the study वो करवा लिया है। Pony pre-improvement feasibility study पहले हमने करवाया था LCS मेथड, तो हमको कुछ अपडेट नहीं है। देन वी ऑप्टेड फॉर सिंगल सोर्स सॉल्यूशन, वो नेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट फॉर इक्वाइंस में हिसार में, तो वो उन्होंने कर दिया, उसका सिंगल सोर्स हो गया और अब हमने उनको आरएफपी भेजा है फॉरवर्ड। वंस दैट विल बी अप्रूव्ड विल सी फर्दर। शीप गोट यूनिट्स पूरे हो गए हैं, मिल्क कलेक्शन यूनिट्स पूरे, मिल्क प्रोसेसिंग यूनिट्स नहीं हो पाए क्योंकि मिल्क प्रोसेसिंग यूनिट्स का हमारा एक एक्टिविटी एचएडीपी में है व्हिच इज फुल ग्रांट, तो वहां पर भी कभी हमारा सैचुरेशन हुआ नहीं, तो दैट इज अ हर्डल, ये नहीं हो पा रहा है। इस वजह से हमने इस साल के प्लान में ये रखा ही नहीं। एंटरप्राइज प्रमोशन सपोर्ट था, उसमें भी some work has been done. Then comes PMU almost apart from the baseline survey नहीं हुआ, वो हम इस साल कर रहे हैं। और हमारी जो स्टडीज थी जैसे थीमेटिक स्टडीज हम नहीं कर पाए थे, वो हम planning those this year. And we will do pilots. We could do it last year, but this year we are planning to do it. And policy studies. पिछले साल हमने नहीं करवाई थी, हम इस साल ही करवा रहे हैं। Audit लेकर, तो procurement plan also हमने बना लिया इनका, तो hopefully this year we will do it. My just press once. This red will, there will be a red.
The last time actually, was in discussion with Lorna.
Yes.
Any further development for that?
No, nothing happened after that. But this is he is not UTLDC. There's a UTLDC happening today. So he is not there. He was there in the morning, but then afterwards he was there. Tomorrow he will be there. So there is a session with Mr. Bashir and banks. So that I need to take this up.
So this ends the progress. And now we move on to the work plan 26-27. The approved budget for this year is IFAD.
Sorry, one question.
Yeah. Pardon?
Last year, only 32 crores were there.
The expenditure? 26.5. Yes. But the expenditure on tally is 28 something. Pardon? वो भी बिल्स निकले नहीं हैं, they are transit, क्योंकि वो बिल चढ़ाते हैं, फिर वहाँ से इनवॉइस निकलता है, बैंक में जाता है, so that takes time. Till 31st of March, the expenditure was 26.5. So for the current financial year, the approved B for JKCIP is 140. This constitutes the IFAD share and the Government of Jammu and Kashmir share, and we have extrapolated this 140 crore, and we have made a work plan, which is the total KT would be 193 crore, in which IFAD share would be 91 crore, Jammu and Kashmir government would be 23 crore, and the others would be 78 crore. So this is the plan. We have already received no objection over the annual work plan budget, and this is the category-wise distribution. Again, we have divided into 4 categories only, unlike we have 6 in the financing agreement. So that's what I discussed with you in the morning. So these are the activities.
For this year, have you received the budget release of
No, budget is, the release is yet to happen, but it's approved. Approved. Because it starts from the first week when we see the budget release. Because just the financial year started just first.
Yes.
So it will happen anytime. The revenue budget has been released, but the capex will be released in a week, I guess. So once the budget will be released, then we'll have to raise an advance draw request, and then again it's going to take some time. We still have some money left out of the previous year, and we are not spending that. No, it's in the bank. It's in the bank. So it is that. So that's an advantage we have in legacy. So this is the distribution. On similar lines, what we have done is, in addition to what we proposed last year, we've a little bit focused on the marketing, brand promotion, product development. We've done that for the current financial year, and we have reduced the number of activities which had lower uptake, say for example net processing, we've taken down those activities. And then this year, because we have a lot of learnings of the last year, there are 100 odd activities, less than 100 odd activities. We have made a procurement plan for all the 100 odd activities. So whether it's a training, whether it's anything, we have a procurement plan. So obviously, and we are also planning to decentralize Open, because as of now, Open is operated at the central level only. So people sitting in the related machine related do everything. Now what we are planning, I discussed this with the team. There was a meeting last month, I guess, people based out of Bangkok. So what we'll have a decentralized procurement plan. Say for SKAUST has its own procurement officer and a finance officer. They'll upload their work plan and budget, they'll get their procurement plan approved, and then update everything on a day-to-day basis. Though for activities where the approval of the machine director would be involved, that would come, they would do every exercise, but that would come to the machine director so that he could forward it to IFAD. Similarly, would be there for agriculture and horticulture also, because once they'll start owning things, they'll start knowing things, they'll be in a better position to execute it. Because at times what happens, they send a letter to us, and then we follow. There is a lag, so we just want to cut down that lag, and we want to have a decentralized system where all major implementing agencies would have their own setup, which eventually would merge at the center level. So I think that would expedite things. And they could also update, because last time there was an observation that the Open is not being updated on a daily basis. There are so many activities which have not been updated 3 months, 6 months, etc. So we'll cut down that also. आप लोगों को भी ये दूंगा, इसी के हिसाब से टारगेट्स आप करें। Yeah.
Shortlisted by PLU to be engaged by these direct rates.
Yes, we'll do that. We'll do that. No, I discussed this also. They said there will not be a problem with the procurement. So I think there should be
The second email so that everybody is clear.
Yeah, we'll do that. So similarly, the activities are almost repeated. So I talked some activities which are additional. In entrepreneur managed ASCs, we found good, demand. So we have increased the targets. So it's a popular activity. And then yes, ASC. And last year there have been some small activities, pear, avocado. They reduced them because they couldn't take off. And the contours were also less, 2 canals, 10 canals. We have taken them off this year. We have taken only one and others, that is cherry. So earlier you talked about the convergence, because there is an activity I see wherein there is a convergence, scale up capital. Scale up capital is an activity wherein there is convergence. It's 50, 30, 20 I guess. 50 would come from convergence, 30 would come from banks, and 20 would come from the startup. So this is one activity where there will be convergence under JKCIP. So plan one for this year.
Looking at Raftar and those kind of programs. I'm right.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So it's not going to happen at this level. It will be after 2-3 years.
So that's the reason we kept only one. One, just to test waters. Then enterprise promotion support. Almost similar activities. And then we have under market promotion support, we had an activity called as quality control labs. We had 2 quality control labs last year, but those labs were materialized. The major reason being initially they were proposing to have infrastructure. They want to have a place where the lab would be established. But at the time of design, it was decided that there will be no infrastructure creation. So eventually we decided that to identify places wherein you would set up, you get machines, whatever you require for the quality control, and you can set up those machines there. But eventually it couldn't materialize. So that's the reason we haven't reflected anything during this year, but we could carry forward the activities of the last year because we have money for it and we have better understanding also.
These quality control labs were by the universities, right?
No. Horticulture market, mandis. Yes.
So they are markets.
Markets. So just to check the prices of export. Similar activities for youth club, again this year we get 200. So let's see what transpires the day CEO Mission Youth would come. So this is the same. Accounting software, renewal, baseline survey, case studies, gender targeting, workshops and all. And I just also want to talk about the staff, medical and group insurance. So what do we do with that? उसमें क्या करना है हमको? खाली the BMU that is coming on board, we have to get them insured or
All project staff who are not
us also. Because we are already SLI, we have
contract staff who are not covered.
okay. So for that also we have to do a
procurement. Because that's what we have planned, LCS, for this year. Last year we didn't do it, but this year we'll do it.
Maybe get a quotation from the agency.
Policy bazaar.
But doesn't take
So that ends the work plan budget. I wish I could have been allowed, but make things easier. That's how we So that ends the annual work plan 26-27. Now the ADR of the last supervision mission. इसमें पहला था the glitches on the JKCIP portal, which was already discussed during the presentation. Those have been resolved, and it's an ongoing process. Whenever there are issues, they are being resolved. There is a specified dedicated group created between BISAB and the APD, Agriculture Production Department, who looks after these things on a day-to-day basis. Then BISAB support. So there's a dedicated group that looks after all these things on a day-to-day basis. Then annual work plan budget revision, it was revised, got down from 150 to 60. And then unit cost revision, we haven't proposed any unit cost revision during the current financial year. So whatever costs were there last year, stand for this year also. Support for individual farmers. So allow individual farmers to access project support for activities such as mushroom, water management. We have done that. Incorporated the PIM also. I have shared a copy of the PIM with the entire ISL. And once we get any feedback, we are going to submit that PIM for IFAD, no objection. Similarly, FIG, water management system. The last PIM, no objection was there. We have revised again.
And uploaded already?
No. We have sent it to you. And that's ready from our side. We got the approval of the EC for that, executive committee for that. It's good to go to IFAD, but then we thought if you could provide some information, then we send. Then there was another action, FIG support under water management system. It has been done. It has been incorporated in the PIN and the quick information sheet on the portal also. Then another action point was training exposure visit of DODs and FDOs to outside Jammu and Kashmir. 10 FDOs were deputed to REAP by SKAUST-Jammu, Uttarakhand, and SKAUST-Kashmir is also planning to do the same. Then rating of FDOs, so there was a rating tool. A committee has been proposed under the chairmanship of Director Extension, which would work on the rating. A set of people, a working group, committee as in a working group. And second thing is, as in the work, the FDOs basically are at very nascent initial stage. To rate those FDOs at this point will not be that effective also, unless until they're 1-2 years old.
Rating for all FPU.
Rating, like there's a rating tool in NABARD. So that rating tool has different parameters. Say for example, the FPUs are rated basically for credit. They get a credit score, and FPUs having a score of more than 65, they get easier access to credit. So in that the parameters are like whether the FPU is, if the FPU is 5-year-old, he get 10 marks. If an FPU is 1-year-old or 2 years old, he get 1 mark, 0 marks or 2 marks. So our FPUs are just at the registration stage now. So they haven't even received the management cost or the mobilization advance. So we have some time and we're working on the tool also, so that by the time we are a year old, we could do something a little bit for their age. Then best practice of FPOs, pardon? SKAUST, बताइए ये टूल कब बनेगा? FPO rating tool. No, in collaboration. SKAUST-Jammu and SKAUST-Kashmir.
Sir, वो है prepared है to this standard, sir. हमने बनाया है.
See, without a committee,
आपने बनाया है,
Anything
We
to
will
share?
send, we will send to everyone and they will.
You can send to them because they're here. You can share it with me, I can share it with them. And in the meantime, I'll send you the guidelines of the agree to.
They will revise.
You send it to me, I'll send it to you.
Okay.
एक छोटा सा मेरा सवाल था कि आप रीइन्वेंट क्यों करना चाहते हैं टूल को जब ये इतनी एजेंसीज के पास इतने एफिशिएंट टूल डेवलप हैं आप ऐसे कैसे समझ रहे हैं कि ऐसी आपकी इतनी डिफरेंट है?
No sir, we have not reinvented. Actually, जैसे for example, नबार्ड के पास है.
SFAC के पास है.
SFAC के पास है. We have to take something from there, something from there.
लेकिन वो करना ही क्यों है? मैं समझने की कोशिश कर रहा हूँ. ऐसा क्यों कर रहा है?
The problem is there is unique situations pertaining to the reentry. For example, वहाँ
जैसे बताइए मुझे कैसे?
सर इसमें क्या था कि जैसे नबार्ड का when they add उनका जो टर्नओवर है जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल villages हैं, number of villages covered in a block, number of farmers covered within a village. इस तरीके से उनके कुछ मॉनिटरी हालांकि हमने वही पे उठाया है लेकिन we just added some of the things which suited to other areas. वो किया है otherwise tool is same. और उसी टूल को हमने लेके
इसलिए ये कोशिश कर रहा था कि जब आपका
Okay. Feed.
मैं इसलिए आपको ये सवाल कर रहा था because after a while these are the national agencies which will sustain these FPOs. तो जो standardized system है हमारे FPO ecosystem या nation में आप जैसे उससे अलग जाएंगे कुछ भी अलग करेंगे जब आप उन FPOs को छोड़ेंगे तो उनको पकड़ेगा कौन फिर? नहीं तो है एजेंसीज जो करेंगी तो be careful about that और वहाँ वो उनका सेंसिटिव वो है ये चीज तो उनको उनके जो स्टैंडर्ड्स हैं उस पे ही आपको रहना पड़ेगा. They are putting lot of money and a lot of consultancy experts have gone into making those tools. Yeah, we part था कमेटी का इसलिए
if this committee decides that we should stick with that.
मेरा तो सजेशन यही है बाकी आप
we will stick with that. No issues.
एक्चुअली आप किस पे रेटिंग करेंगे? गवर्नेंस पे करेंगे, मेंबरशिप पे करेंगे, मार्केटिंग यही तो है, यही तो पैरामीटर्स है सबके उठाए उन्होंने, कुछ नया तो है ही नहीं. तो अपना मेरे ख्याल से समय भी खराब होगा और आप स्टैंडर्डाइज सिस्टम से बाहर हो.
Sir, if you want us to stick with that, we will stick with that.
मेरे ख्याल से SFAC का अच्छा है.
Okay, sir, we will stick with that, sir. Okay.
So then another action point was collaboration with line departments. So Right. And then another action point was collaboration with line departments, and it was proposed that agriculture officer should be an honorary member of the NPO. So that has been done in the fifth, and the collaboration between the SKAUST, between CEO of FPOs and the line department is already in place, and some instructions have also been circulated to sync and work in tandem for successful rollout of FPOs. Then non-financial collaborations with Syngenta and other organizations like DARE, UPL, IFCO, we were asked. Then we did a meeting with Syngenta and a lot of discussion happened. And then the scale at which they work and the scale at which our program stands, we thought mission directed, former mission directed thought that it's better to onboard KUs.
the Krishi Udimys which handle KKGs, because this would handhold them also. This would be a synergistic, symbiotic relationship, and they'll be benefited also, and these FPOs will also be benefited. जो हमारे KKGs है, KKGs कोलैबोरेट करेंगे क्योंकि उनके पास है इनपुट्स, तो वो करेंगे. ऐसा प्लान was proposed if Dr. Anju or some people.
No, but who will contract on their behalf? HADP or JKCIP? कौन contract करेगा? अगर KKGs भी करेंगे तो who will be responsible?
So the thing is that we tried to implement this in Doda district. So what we did that the KKGs or the KUs, they are the youth, and we can put them in the FPOs as a member or as a shareholder. So they will be the center point for the other farmers, from where they can get the inputs and other things.
I think what we discussed when we talked about run by IPN, like such a thing for we can have licenses to operate. Some but many of these KKGs are very niche. We had thought of point three and we use this and to clusterize the farmers around. Organize them into strategies. So I think that is what the discussion was around the integration with the clusterizer. It's up to them. We provided them all the incentives. Eventually, we won't. Right now, so we had given them in the first around 8.5 lakh from all the offices. And at the same time, we did a free internet. This was our model of integration. We gave them insulation, seed, fertilizer, and pesticide, as well as any other input that we want to sell. So the idea was them to become service up where farmers can come and we have so many activations from it, but then we have to many of the farmers find out how to devices to access them. So we have kiosks and other farmers. We have one for every 2 So the idea was to show that they can also, become clusterization unit, and then they could also go to value chain to ONDC or familiar. No, nothing beyond.
That is very great. For these activities to become viable business units and then get out from the request
That was the real idea actually, why we introduce these practices programs.
And most of these KUs are going to come from a particular age, really, so they are all used to
Should we move forward? Another action point was that there was starting material deficit for saffron and kala zira. So we were asked to prepare SOPs where these planting material could be propagated. But apart from JKCIP, the government has already taken up the production of saffron palms and kala zira tubers at government farms under a different source of funding. So at this point, it's not required. We've taken up 500 canals of government land for saffron palms in Pulwama and for kala zira at Gulays for 28 crore in plans under the JKCIP. So from there, we expect to get the planting material for both saffron and kala zira.
Regarding saffron, we have identified the cholera virus of the saffron production at the public sector nursery for saffron, and our department farm at Gulays suffice the need for the expansion of the disease.
Yeah, a small question because this is still a work under progress, work in progress. So how come then we are claiming that so much of area expansion has happened in these crops? Because you have documented at some places.
What we have documented that much of quantity, more than that much of quantity with us. We have a 3,700 hectares so we are trying to make the expansion more than other than the areas in the Pampur district, Pampur block, and from 2-3 years, the in-house saffron cultivation created some problems for the corn, because corn has been exported outside, especially which makes the problem for the Asiatic saffron. So we propose that the reluctance of the farmer as well is the main focus for area expansion. We are going to procure the saffron from the farmers at this rate. So we propose this will help us to compensate the problem. The area which we have already documented, it has been there. That might double that can be achieved this year also. But this will suffice. This will give us sustenance in the consequences.
But Mr. Imran, you already have committed this area under HADP also, the same part. Are you sure you will be able to produce this much planting material to suffice both for HADP as well as this?
We have this we have this much of 500 canals of nursery boards, and we have also expanded the area under HADP 127 canals in Pampur. We identified 2 areas for population. This is the only
whatever you have expanded under HADP is in the private sector. But they are not selling you the components.
No.
So you can't look at them for buying the components.
Because the cost of the palm is the problem. Because farmer is producing it and selling it at 1 lakh. So there's a problem.
A limited question is that since this farm, Pulwama farm, you have 500 canals for production of corn. This you have committed already for HADP project 2 also, that after these crops we will be producing corn. Now you are committing the same farm for JKCIP.
Exactly, the same corn.
But the quantum of production will not possibly suffice for both the.
Quantum of production will not get over all the farmers in the area. It will give the boost to the corn expansion. It will give boost to the corn expansion, and the seed will be provided to the farmer for expansion.
यहाँ पे आपने जो लिखा है Onera Pulwama farm with an area of 500 tons has been identified for production of saffron corn.
Go for expansion. Inspection will not come up.
There was a problem with organic production of corn. Now this is the first option what we are utilizing to produce the corn.
What's the timeline that people who are not ready for distribution? 3 years. Next 3 years, what is going to happen? How are we going to expand?
Actually, we have the farmers in the farm. Not every corn has been finished. There is a corn availability in the saffron area. But what we are producing, this much of 500 tons of the land is that it will give us the corn in the next 3 years. But the area which we are using will provide us the corn for the area expansion in the area.
Our much of discussion last year was there is not enough quantity of available. Under this project, we only have support for area expansion. We don't have support for farmer feed level corn production. So can we set up a procedure or support for the farmers for corn production at the farmer feed level? That is the point we were discussing. पैसा आता है हमारा काम उसके लिए ही है पैसा बनाने का मैंने किया था राजन में अगर हम और प्रोड्यूस हो रहा है तो और नहीं देगा ऐसे लोड पे काम बात पर सब कस्टमर को ज्यादा देना हमारा वो पूरे अब मतलब ये मेरा ये पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू है कि क्यों ना है फार्मर को और प्रोडक्शन पे ही लगा और उससे वो अच्छा खर्च कर दैट इज द पॉइंट एक्चुअली गुड अमाउंट आप सेवन इयर्स टू रिलेट ऑन द साइड ऑफ द फैक्टर दैट इज द पॉइंट दिस इज द पॉइंट फॉर एग्जांपल सर क्लाइमेट चेंज हो रहा है सेवन प्रोडक्शन दीपक से घटी है बट
Basically, I need to add Dr. Ulimer created 2 points at the same time in a simple working question. He proposed that he said that what about the JKCIP that we have this much of land the HADP. And while HADP there was the procurement of the farms from the nurseries. Then this 500 tons was provided to us to augment the nursery production at that time. When we have this much, in JKCIP we have only area expansion money. So we are only expanding the money and we are giving the money to the farmer to expand to his own farm. We are not procuring them. We are providing them the incentive for his expansion.
I think this is unnecessary information जो उसमें रखी गई है. There is no need to mention it. But actually they are doing what you were suggesting, that they are actually helping the farmer to do for himself or selling, and that's
for which there is no JKCIP support. From where are they getting that support?
You have that in
For
the
corn production
corn.
expansion, there is no support. We are only for area expansion.
Area expansion.
corn production का नहीं corn production का ये हाँ corn production के लिए एक स्कीम बनाई है आप वो बता रहे थे वो स्कीम नहीं हुआ है
Sir, actually, sir, we have been running the saffron mission from the last 12 years. And now there is that in saffron two things go simultaneously. If the farmer sows a corn, then the 10% of the saffron corn remains for the production of the corn, the rest of goes with the flour. So for a single farmer we have nursery, and for a similar farmer we have this saffron production also. Simultaneously he is working on the same country. When we go, if you come with us to the saffron nursery, there is a one canal where 10% of the area is for the corn production and the rest of the area is for the flour production. So he has nursery as well as for the
if there is no issue, no issue. We were thinking that there is issue related to corn and we need to prepare new schemes for corn production. And if the Directorate of Agriculture thinks that there is no issue, there is no scheme required for corn production, let's take it.
I think what we mean by this is we are supporting the farmer in areas. He has his own calls from the other areas, his own. He will use those and eventually with the expanded areas, he will be producing more saffron and more corn.
If there are no new farmers who want to come in, what happens?
Yes, that is something. So you would actually be focusing only on the existing farmers. Nobody wants to start to be able to. अगर उसके पास only condition is कि अगर उसके पास usable जमीन है जिस पे वो अभी saffron नहीं कर रहा है
there is more demand for corn from outside the state. If people want to get to that kind of business,
Why don't you like a survey to find out how many farmers are interested to start this product?
No, that's what based on a survey they need to prepare a scheme. Whether there is demand for this.
Umrad sir, is there a possibility of importing corn from outside the country?
Actually, sir, there is a possibility of importing corn, but it will hamper our niche type of crop. We have a niche crop of saffron. We are competing with country outside. Then we are suppose we will procure the corn from outside.
No, we are not saying that you need to procure corn from outside. If you develop your own tree, corn production expansion, you develop a scheme for that. That is what we are looking at. If it is necessary, based on your field experience.
So then you can actually, you now have the flexibility of keeping whatever parameter, whatever challenges you have facing. You can overcome them with a new scheme.
See whether you need a scheme for corn production. Just make an assessment. Yes.
How do you know whether they need a scheme for this? So first they have to what?
Ma'am, actually, ma'am, there is a growing problem of corn. It's coming up in the future. We will have this problem because more and more in a country we have seasons coming up as an agri startup from the outside the state of the University of Jammu. They are procuring the corn. More and more people are coming for procuring corn. So there, for sowing of the corn, it will be lesser in the coming future. So that's why the scheme comes, why the thought process comes, how to create it. That's why
To find out what has been the trend line of the farm's cost during the last 2, 3, 4 years. If it is consistently increasing, then that is a shortage of that.
Whether farms are coming from outside is worry is also.
No, it is going outside.
It is going up.
He's also saying that they are finding it hard to conserve their own variety because there are others coming from.
So right now what is happening, a lot of people, this is something that was in the discussion that if we get comms from outside, but then we have a GI status with saffron and that is what will be. But a lot of people are buying comms from here and using very sophisticated setups to cultivate saffron outside JNU. Which is okay. That means there's a demand for it.
Market, yeah, Sikkim is trying to replicate.
That's a market of buying quality for both Earlier it was 2,000 per pointer, then it was 15,000 per pointer. Nowadays it is 1 lakh 10,000.
20,000 per pointer. So that means we have to increase that.
Exactly.
Let's work on that. Yeah. Let's work on that.
saffron palm. ईमू का एग सेल करने वाला का पैसा बनाया, ईमू का मीट खाने वाला पैसा बन गया।
Lot of discussions. Yes. Continue to कुछ बोलना हमको. So we have a dedicated session for every dish. Should we proceed further? Should we proceed? I think yes. Can anybody? आप अनम्यूट कर दीजिए माइक, आपकी आवाज आ रही है। So the next action point is SOP for cluster based production. Cluster based approach. SOP cluster. तो एक बात सब लोगों ने मैंने बना लिया है, मैं व्हाट्सएप करता हूँ। So the next action point is SOP for cluster based production. Agriculture Jammu and Kashmir are working on the SOPs और कब तक बन जाएंगे, क्या होगा, आप प्लीज बताएंगे। कौन बना रहा है SOPs? In collaboration with SKAUST कि आप अकेले कर रहे हैं? SOP for cluster based, cluster हम सबको जोड़कर तो अगर इसी ISM में मिल जाए तो we could present them to the ISM so that they could get their feedback. आगे नर्सरी प्रमोशन का था।
सर एक बार पीछे चलिए प्लीज।
अमीन साहब
we are already instituted only 2 GPAs.
we have been tracking the approved on SKAUST case, almost finalized the almost finalized within 2 weeks.
जहाँ भी वर्क अंडर प्रोग्रेस है सर इसको रिवाइज करना है ये तो ऐसे ही रहेगा उसका भी आपका वर्किंग ग्रुप वाला भी तैयारी हो
irrespective of the domain. देखो मैं बताता हूँ जैसे
What's going to happen now? It's taking so much of time for all these SOPs and for development of these SOPs. So with these technical officers in place, our agriculture specialists and horticulture specialists, can they help the directorates to fast track this?
Obviously, we got 2 agriculture specialists now and 1 horticulture specialist. We'll issue directions to expedite or give timelines. So that's what I was discussing now. So we'll issue timelines of 1 week, maximum 2 weeks to them. So by 20th or 25th of April, within this time,
Development those SOPs also into your team before uploading.
Okay.
So
we'll issue during this ISM only. We will issue minutes, giving directions, and this is discussed, and this is the timeline. And all implementing agencies, whosoever's responsibility would submit the SOPs.
Similarly, for this farm production also, SOP for farm production at the farmer field level.
Okay.
That also needs to be prepared and uploaded.
Right. So we will issue directions.
So then R&D. So explore the possibility of introduction new R&D activities to vertical vegetable gardening, zonalization of food crops, new technology solution. So SKAUST-Jammu, this is work ongoing. वो कर रहे हैं R&D पे as per the inputs. These are what I'll do is I understand there are lots of gaps. So for all these, we'll issue directions. Though this has been circulated, but somehow things have not moved as per the expectations. And now, what maybe tomorrow only will issue directions, and with the next 10 days will be your deadline. So there are issues in agriculture and horticulture, like the components. The rest have been complied with. Like for example, if we move ahead, this is this R&D also, this cost component. So for example, again horticulture. So this is all work under progress. In case of grading lines, so there are high-tech grading lines under HADP which were not successful. There was very less uptake, and despite we would push some reports from your concern. Alright. So
नहीं वो सीए स्टोर का देखें और वो भी वन वर्किंग ग्रुप सो दे आर वर्किंग ऑन लीड सर कैसे करेंगे
is there anybody from HPM?
एक्टिविटी क्या करोगे HPM वो बाहर सुबह थे ना
सुबह थे rest assured we'll take this up.
He was mentioning that the committee with whom he wanted some other members.
Industries.
Industries.
So he said in the morning that they are working and they would come up with the findings. So I understand this is a little not up to the mark, but we would push it. Are you sure within 15 days you'll get all the results?
What are the plans? Whether he has any concept in mind?
Yes. He was talking about that the new credit guarantee and loans, specific loans for women and youth. So that's what he was talking about. But
he discussed that one.
Yeah.
So he was to discuss during the last 6 months, he was to discuss with Lorna and prepare something, but he has not. He didn't get in touch with Lorna. I spoke to Lorna last Saturday.
But he had some meeting, I think a couple of months back.
But during SM, he was in US, I think, with
yes.
ACS, so we couldn't discuss with him also. Okay. Next.
So this is same again?
Could not be taken up due to budget session. Legislation undertaken during 26-27. People to go to Himachal. मेरे ख्याल से हिमाचल को जाने का भी जरूरत नहीं है, लोगों को पता ही है क्या है।
मैंने मेरे से उन्होंने डॉक्यूमेंट मांगा था, मैंने दे दिया था हिमाचल में, पिछली बार ही दे दिया। सर है आपके मैडम है, उनको मैंने भेज दिया। ठीक है।
So you were preparing this on that producer company something for wool.
Yes.
So what happened to that?
Power we are talking about, the federation. Federation what we are talking about? Yes, we had given a proposal to the Chief Secretary. The Chief Secretary approved it, but then we proposed a cabinet memo. That's under process for submission to the cabinet because we are leveraging funds both from HADP and from JKCIP. The financial allocations of that project are 21 crore. 20 crore we're taking from 19.5 we're taking from HADP and 1.5 we're taking from CAPEX from this JKCIP, CAPEX cooperative support. In CAPEX cooperative support we have an allocation of 1.5 CR. So we are clubbing that 1.5 CR with 19.5 CR of HADP. And we are introducing that power model in which we have a 3-tier federation model, a UT level federation, then district level and block level.
What is, JKCIP will have, where it say if we put only 1.5 crore.
But we have around about 20 crore from HADP.
What is this amount, 1.5 crore of
So we try to leverage whatever funds we have. We have 20 crores in HADP, which we would tie that to power, and from we thought CAPEX cooperative support pertains are directly related, so we thought we'll leverage 1.5 from JKCIP. That's what the proposal is under.
We are a municipal partner. Nobody will listen to.
So the point for the power was to do something for the value addition of food, processing of food. Whether it comes from HADP or whether it comes from JKCIP was not important.
You are creating a new board in the yard of federation.
No, not actually. We had a board. We dissolved the board.
What you create a new board?
No, but this would be run by collectives. This would not be run by the government. The board was run by the government and it had become a, anyways, yes. The worthy Chief Secretary gave consent and he said that the procurement systems, for example, we had proposed that we would prepare a digital platform wherein the sellers, the wholesalers, they would, their details would be captured, what amount of wool they are giving, what is the cost that was given to him, that cost would be sent to his bank account, stuff like that. So it was a plan model in which there would be transparency and it could be monitorable also. We could monitor that. So your Chief Secretary agreed in principle. Now let's see how the cabinet reacts. Then there was an action, outreach data, as in data from FPOs, FIGs, youth clubs to be integrated on the portal. So for that, the workflow related to outreach data is at drafting stage and will be shared once BISAG once finalized. So it's also work under protest. Then farmers residing outside project blocks, but they have land within the blocks. This has been complied with. Now, if somebody has a land, though he may not be of those 90 blocks, but he has land in those 90 blocks, would be able to apply for the benefits of JKCIP. So, gender strategy. Earlier, there was no.
Now we are allowing farmers who are resident outside the project.
Yes.
But having land within the project.
Within the project. Yes. Then gender strategy. So, gender manager, gender and youth is onboarded. He is working on it. They just joined. So, work under progress. But
are we meeting them?
yes. They're all in.
Who is the gender manager?
What do you have? So, gender manager. Manager gender and youth sought some additional time to join. Only one out of 9, he is the only one that sought additional time to join. Remaining 8 are here. So, आप लोग can introduce yourself. Introduce yourselves one by one, starting from Ishfaq.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Sheikh Ishfaq. I am the MIS IT manager. I am Riyaz Ahmed. I am the Vikram South.
My name is Yamani. I am program specialist.
Good afternoon. Myself, Dr. Amir Bhatt, the CAP manager. I joined this. Dr. Amir Bhatt.
Good afternoon.
Myself Moti Nazir. I am manager finance.
Good evening, ma'am. Good evening, sir. This is Zuhur, manager business development.
Good evening. I'm Farooq Ahmed Bhatt, agriculture specialist.
Fahad. This Fahad, and he's outside. He's because the office is here. Is there?
I'm Fahad. I'm the procurement officer.
And what's the name of your gender person?
He has not joined here. His name was
We also have the agriculture specialist. What's up? Okay. Thank you.
So this is all done. Apart from a couple of cases, implementing agencies. So these all have been complied. So next is the AWTD. It has been approved. Automating AWTD with procurement plan. तो इसके लिए हमने जो टैली का हमारा वेंडर है, they are in touch. अब लोग भी आए हैं, अकाउंट्स ऑफिसर वगैरह. तो इसको भी I think I would revise this APR. Give me a दिन आप दे दीजिए हमको. हम इसको दोबारा से.
But everything is under progress.
So that's what.
That's not a good sign. It means which action we are taking.
So we request all implementing agencies because this actually is not right. So we need to push these things up. I will discuss this with the MD also because he just joined us.
From now on, we are going through responsibility by the specialist in the PMU.
Okay.
We have to, follow up and get this done.
Both the specialists from the PMU and the implementing agency. He would push.
Want the names of the person responsible.
I would share the list with you.
Yeah.
I would share the list with you. I think that would be better. So at least somebody would be driving.
has been done for 4 quarters. This quarter is pending, but move कर रहे हैं consolidation, reconciliation. Staffing done, accounting done, internal audit tender float हुआ है, RFP. And then we are also likely to see audits.
Would it be possible to take up a higher target for some of the activities?
Like?
Enterprise, area expansion, all those kind of activities.
The plan has been formulated in consonance to the budget approved for the current financial year. So if you have to increase some activity, we might have to decrease some other activity.
We can have this as a pipeline for the next year, you know. If some of them are developed, we can have it as a pipeline. Because now pipeline development is not happening. So we are starting every year afresh.
Right, right.
So we need to, have identify the beneficiaries and keep everything ready.
Right.
Think through a little bit more on that. How do you have a?
Basically, when we started with a plan of 400 some odd. But then we had to cut down because of the allocation. What ordinarily we do is we could start with this for now, and 6 months down the line, we could have the review of what we had proposed and where do we stand, because Kharif would end by the end of Kharif. So we could plan and see what we had proposed and where do we stand, and on the basis of that, we could, revise.
When we identify the farmers, we can tell them if it doesn't happen this year, you are ready for the next year.
For that pipeline thing, the farmers are already there. Say for example, we already have applications on. So even if there are 10 applications, say for example, water management system, 30 people would apply. So the 10 approved would get the benefit, and the remaining would be there. They would be there. So the pipeline is there. It's just
for all activities we have.
It's for all public private sector activities.
But doctor, it's not 30 out of 30, 10 are approved. The others are rejected for some reason,
not
or they are
rejected.
just
Standby.
waiting.
The standby.
Wow.
Next one is management and audit. Under process. So have we engaged the agencies?
No, not yet.
So why?
Did you get an exemption for not submitting it last year? Because it's mandatory.
Last year we just had, it was just 5 lakh rupees. It was just 5 lakh.
That's not relevant. What I'm saying is that IFAD, there is it's compulsory for projects to complete their audit by 30th September and submit a report with observations and projects response to the observations. So, did you get an exemption from IFAD that you will not be doing it because it's your first year? If you did get, it would be a big trouble for the entire country portfolio, because the whole India portfolio goes into red if any one project also doesn't submit. But we are now already in March, April, so I'm sure that they probably had an exemption. But please take this very seriously. You can't say for this activity that it is in process. It has to be done. Your auditor should be identified as of now, like May or something. They need 2 months sometimes to go through your documents. Then they submit the reports and observations. Then you have to respond to the observations. It's a long process.
What is the status, Safaya साहब, क्या हमारा audit का क्या status है?
Sir, as for now, the approval is not from the mission director, but the proposal is to be submitted to the administrative department. For the administrative approval. For floating of the RFP on the GEM portal.
वहाँ से आ गया हुआ है, करके फाइनेंस के
आ गया?
लेकिन आपने कहा कि नए ऑफिसर को दिखा दो,
हम एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव पे से
So take care. If you don't submit it by 30th September, then the project will be suspended. This is going to be big trouble. Yeah, remember that. So that means you need to start the procurement process straight away to engage an agency.
procurement process has been started. They're just awaiting some approvals. They've sent E5.
Is this only about internal audit and also external audit?
Yes.
External also.
And then the CAG audit also.
That is the external.
Audit will be even of the directorates, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So who is going to advertise this? PMU, right?
PMU.
Okay. So what PMU mission director and your secretary, if they approve, that's not enough, is it?
Yes, that is enough.
Huh?
That is enough.
That's enough, no? It has been submitted to them for approval.
Submitted.
I see. Right, they have approved it.
इसलिए MD got transferred. New MD wants to have a look on it.
All right. So please remember that one, suspension in the finance.
Thank you so much.
It was a very long session. Thanks a lot, Dr. Rizwan, for standing here this long and responding to the queries. Thank you so much, everyone, for being such. So, now that we saw it, the ISM has just started. So, the next few days are going to be very comprehensive. There are going to be discussions, there are going to be deliberations, there's going to be a lot of back and forth. And tomorrow, just to give you a little bit of an idea, Dr. Pawan, Dr. Ashik, Horticulture Department, Agriculture Department, Horticulture Department, Director HPM, they have a lot of heavy lifting to do, and we'll have technical sessions tomorrow only, and there are going to be 3 of them. And I wish you all the very best. Please be here on time tomorrow. So we are starting at 11, Dr. Rizwan?
Not 11. No. We should start by 9:30 or 10.
Okay.
Everyone is here. Today
Sure.
it was like first day, people may be coming late. But tomorrow, let's start by.
So,
let people reach here by 9:45 and start by 10.
but please be here by 9:45 in the hall, sitting, and we'll start at 10. Thank you so much, ma'am, for being here, for sharing your case. And everybody, see you tomorrow.
चलो नीतीश जी ऑल एपिसोड्स हाँ रील्स का शाम को बंदे को आए हाँ एक बार ये था you want to do a small bite for them? Yeah, see.